As we are once again alive upon the internet. Let's make sure that we are in all ways with bit rates and publics and categories and everything set up correctly. And let's make sure that audio is not out of sync, especially seeing as we're gonna be recording some stuff. And yeah, let's actually jump in and we'll warm up for a little bit and then we'll go and start recording. Actually, I should have made this maybe before. Make a folder for the recordings and everything. So 250904 OD build showcase. Yeah, last actual build showcase was refactor, right? I can steal, yeah, description and thumbnail file from there, as we'll already prep those up. Let me take a second here, just prep these. Should have done this before the stream, but it's fine. Just quickly gonna yeah, we're not gonna have multiple. There we go. Also just one build layout, one build picture, not multiplay, and a bunch of gameplays. Doing the prep work here. Oh, let's clear this out. Let's clear this out. Showcase on. Yeah. Yeah, let me catch up here for a second. Yeah, go away. I say what a spammer right away there. We'll just ban them out. Yeah. Because yeah, all of this. You're smashing it, streamer. Your counter-traction energy is electric. Well, I'm just sitting there like a dumbass editing something that I should have edited beforehand. But yeah, I wonder what the idea here is. Is it just to find stupid people? Because they're asking basically, hey, come find us on also, I can hook you up with a Twitch legend, 31k followers. Just like, yeah, as if that's a legend, and also like, what would that even like? What? Yeah, but yeah, no, we'll just. But yeah, the thing is, they give you basically a name to on Discord. So I'm guessing it's just this is their stupid check. Basically, this is their like, hey, if this person is dumb enough to react to this in a real fashion, we have somebody stupid in our hands. As some people always go like as well, like, why are some of these like phishing emails so obvious? The thing is, that's on purpose. They're obvious so that it filters out anybody that would be a hard mark. It like anybody responding to a Nigerian prince is likely dumb enough to actually be pushed forward. But it's funny to have them be like at the very start right away. But yeah, hey there everyone, and hey there's Emmy and Tennyson and Midi and Doug. And yeah, but everybody's doing okays and is enjoying their Thursday so far. I was about to say Friday, but no, it's Thursday. And yeah, we're gonna, as the title says, in a little bit, we'll go and record the OD build showcase. Earlier today as well, I kind of watched the old OD build showcase because there's an old one, but actually I thought it was even like not that old, but it was actually super old because it was even before the changes to the chest and stuff. Even like, yeah, way long ago. Yeah, let me get you here. The vision, yeah. I mean, they just spam and likely they get a hit here or there. That's why they do it. I was wondering, would it be waste if I use 4-piece OD with Tinker and using Backbone backpack? Not particularly. If you're gonna go Unstoppable Force, there is something to be said for the Backbone, because it's 35% at max. On that build, it is also at full because there's, unless you have measured like nothing else is interacting with it, so it's at its full 35%. The thing is though that it's kind of, you could have Cheska, which would be like 4 to 5%, and then upfront, and then the normal Unstoppable Force. But that would be basically combined a 20-ish or a 30-ish percent. So you can actually, at max stacks, on Backbone would beat a normal one. The thing is though that you have to kind of play around, and especially in gameplay, kind of pay attention on how many stacks do you usually have, how often are you at full, how often are you empty. Because also, for instance, if you're in a group setting, that first skill will now be a little bit harder to get because you're a little bit weaker, but it's a little bit, right? But also, an Unstoppable Force in groups is not a great idea to begin with. So. But yeah, Backbone by itself is actually, that bonus is big enough that that you could lean towards it. And at max stacks, it will beat, unless you're, for instance, running together with like Obliterate or something, like builds like that. But here, of course, we're running the OD chest. So when we have, actually, that's not a Backbone, but when you have the full 35%, yeah, it's actually better. And I did load this as well. Yeah, let's actually just warm up for a minute. Although maybe I go record the intro first, and then we go warm up for a minute. Yeah, let's go record the intro first. I know, let's go warm up actually, and I can warm up my voice and stuff as well. I have a priority here. We got DUA as priority. Well, let's just go do some activity. Let's just go do that. What am I running? Gunner. And it's been a while since I recorded a build showcase, although, well, an actual build showcase, because yeah, the last one was Refactor, which is ages ago at this point. We did do, of course, an Eclipse Masterclass, which, you know, is kind of built, it is just a bigger build showcase, basically. But yeah, it's been a while. And I kind of have a idea in my head how I want to structure it. We'll see actually how it goes. Usually with build showcase as well, I just go with the flow kind of. But usually structure wise, I mean, they're kind of the same. On the gameplay end, I'm always just gonna start solo and then move into groups. The thing is, nowadays actually it's kind of harder than in the past. In the past, I would usually always just matchmake. It's a little bit less of a thing now. I picked like the worst target. Is it that guy has yellow plus his minigun? I just give me my OD rounds. And prepare for frenzy. Yeah.
Agent incapacitated.
Making a mesh out of this. Oh my, yeah, let's just that. Let's just that it. Forgot actually that Black is invaded. Like Black Disc kind of sucks for this first. So interior it's good if plays solo. You mean? Oh, the backbone, yes. Other thing is like OD is best played in group settings, but yeah, you could use it there. The thing is though, keep in mind that you also have, like, if you don't want to go vigilance, for instance, going wicked with OD is also an easy talent. While less, yeah, backbone, unstoppable force in general, like you have to kind of pay attention to how much, you know, how often you get kills and not. Although, especially a solo, if you're, for instance, using OD for the 5 directives potential that it has, kind of. Because that's, of course, also a big deal with OD. It's using it to run ammo directives easily.
Medical assistance needed.
But yeah, you would also have to consider the consistency of something like Wicked, which, you know, as long as we're doing status effects, which, you know, we should be doing always, is just going to be a very consistent 18%, even beyond, for instance, vigilance. Innate effects. That's good. I mean, yeah, if you charge it up, you can send it going. Although the thing is, it takes time, of course, to get there. Which can be annoying sometimes. By the way. That's the first guess. Yeah. Although, well, here we're especially talking about, yeah, for instance, backbone. Because yeah, backbone at full is actually stronger than, like, if you're going Cheska plus unstoppable force versus backbone, at full stacks, yeah, the backbone wins by a decent margin as well. Like, it's 4 to 5%. Actually, 5 to 6%. It's going to be between there.
Need to switch this. Just wounded him.
Keep forgetting I have frenzy secondary. You go away, sir. God damn it. I don't want the jamming. Yeah, no, just the jamming there. Oh, I forgot to actually go back and clip that one from yesterday. Still. Because yesterday we did kill one of the stalker hunters again. But we were on normal, going around getting resources, so they were pretty easy to kill. But should add it to the pile, because I already have like 2 clips of that, but usually one more. But yeah, the spots are very fixed on them, so when you know it, you know it. No, there wasn't anything south right now. And let's just get warmed up a little bit here. There's any of this hostage rescue? No. Okay, that's good. Yeah, no worries, Nicholas. You always feel free to ask. Does this going back next week? The seasonal one? I wouldn't think so. They usually don't have an event at the start of the season or something. It will get kind of... There's already the season. So usually with events and stuff, So by the looks of things, maybe even the next one is just Halloween, maybe, which would be a pretty big gap. But because Halloween is like November, right? Like end of November. But that could also be, yeah, that could still be it. It's a little bit too long of a gap. I mean, in the past, it used to be a whole year between it. Any gap is less than that. But
Access key detected. Progress halted. Manual override required.
War will never end, but I want to assure you that there is a light at the end of the tunnel, and the Black Tusk are holding it for you. We are working with the government to rebuild a broken nation.
Progress resumed.
slide that way, slide back. And then we're definitely also gonna take it into countdown with OD.
Neutralizing target.
Actually, I started the sentence and kind of lost it halfway through earlier, but yeah. So now with the modifiers, because especially now, like if I ran the match, I'm always gonna get the modifier on. And I basically want the modifier off for the whole thing. Although with the countdown, we won't be able to, but there we'll just explain it. Although with the countdown, we'll just have modifier. But yeah. With the missions. So we'll have to just pre-make those. Like coordinate the team and just go in with that. Scal needs some resources actually. Start activity here. Eels. It's also nighttime, so yeah, less stuff respawning or less stuff spawning in. You know, let's go get this and let's get components, and then maybe we go and get started with an intro. Is it more than enough? I would have stuck him somewhere like every 2 months, like twice a season would be. Because yeah, the harvest and breadbasket and stuff are, well, especially harvest is kind of, you know, a build maker. Although if I was them, I would just one time forget to actually disable it and just have it always be. It's fine. Just at this point, just have them always on. Catch up here. I want to know if we can still boost to level 40 if starting out in NYC, of course. With new you'll see a level 40 boost down. Starting in. Oh, I think you can. I think the boost. I haven't tried it myself, so maybe somebody can correct me here. But for sure, if you just boost to 30, the level 40 boost still remains available. Because also, for instance, if you just leveled a little bit normally in the past with the level 30 boost, like if you did, you know, you did a few missions and then you were like, fuck it, I want to boost, it will let you. So I'm gonna assume the level 40 boost, any level underneath 40, it will still likely let you boost. Oh yeah, actually that's there's actually one last calculation thing I wanted to add as well. We need to actually do that first. Or maybe we do the intro and then we do add that in and then we do the calculation. We'll do it basically when we do the calculations. Because I just want to do... Oh, not the pulse I thought I had there. That which pulse I had.
Without people,
No
it's
shot.
just land.
Somebody shoot at me?
Without a soul.
Progress halted. Manual
Damn
override
it, wait.
required.
All the way out there.
Access key detected.
And I just want to add in what actually also let's get rid of this frenzy. Oh yeah, she doesn't have other LMGs, right? We just recalibrate this.
The roamers are not hostile.
Progress resumed.
No. Quickly, no, I'm just kind of just warming up, just shooting a little bit so that in a little bit, we're gonna go record for a video. So. Usually, I suck pretty bad if it's like the first few, if it's the first fight. So just kind of warming up. I was letting people trickle in and stuff. And then we'll go get started in a minute with that. Let's go Mooncake event also. We gotta see this one. Okay. Is Mooncake before or after? Because Mooncake last year was... Although, well, it also depends, like, that's based on Chinese calendar, right? Which doesn't line up with the Gregorian one we were using. Yeah, over here, let's go get these components.
I know that's cheesy AF, but for real, the people here are some of the coolest bitches I've ever met. Everyone
The character is eligible for start level 1 and run to one.
how fucking cool is that? In the face of unspeakable evil and certain death,
Start at level 1 and
chose to dig into their trauma and be nice.
and boost it that.
Fuck, how cool is that?
Okay, yeah, because it should always just be available here. Like that's what you mean, right? But the boost, although well, these two, depending on which content you own, you will own them basically. So you can always boost from here, but yeah. We can't do that here, of course.
Hostile broadcast detected.
I want the cooler. Indeed. I mean, it'll be although summer's over, so it's no longer meta. You know, in the summer, it was the meta. Now in the winter, it actually could be even more meta as it freezes enemies in place. They should totally make that a thing in survival. You can kind of like foam, just freeze the enemies in place if you use the cooler on. That would be funny. You just spray around their legs and, freeze them in place in the snow. I need a Gara. Oh, yeah. So this character is fully filled up again. Yeah. Anything spawn? Yeah. Any publics? No. Wait, spam publics. Oh, let's go kill one more thing there. I'm also considering reusing the intro spot I used with the last OD video, actually, instead of the one in... Remember, we used that as an outro. Instead, the one in New York that I had kind of in mind. Because, yeah, I was kind of rewatching the thingy, and I was using Roosevelt, the Emmeline room, or Emmeline's kids room. Might actually use that as well for this intro.
Additional hostile contacts.
Just reuse the intro for like consistency.
Armor's busted up.
Access key detected.
Actually, yeah, let's do that, and then as well, there'll be even more warming up. Why are the bullets hole in this wall so big? Right? Is this just for... Yeah. What? Are decals in general just broken? No? No? That looks fine. Right? And then if we shoot this wall, it's just like as if we shot attack 50 at it. Huh. Oh, yeah, let me catch up here for a second. Stash issue next week. Not so a little annoying if I need something. Stash. In the PTS it was still broken, so I'm not sure if the stash bug is gonna get fixed. So yeah, we'll see. We'll get the final patch notes likely Monday or Tuesday. But yeah, I wouldn't expect it. That bug seems a little bit more annoying, especially with how inconsistent and stuff it is. We'll see if they have fixed it. But yeah, I can tell you in the PTS it was still broken. And you would think if they had the fix already, it would be in the PTS, because some other things were fixed in the PTS, like turmoil. Thanks. Oh yeah, it's just weird that wall. I had never noticed that before. That some walls have different decals. I would have assumed all the decals would always be the same size, because also that wall doesn't look like it's resized or something, that like the bricks are bigger or something. What's my more preferable frenzy? 50, 85, or 100 bullet mag. Oh, do you mean more for the MG5? The thing is, frenzy also scales with mag size. So honestly, I would just go Mark 46 most of the time. Mark 46 as well kind of aligns really well with just holding the button. Like the timing wise, it works out really well because you can either hold down the button and then always in the reload, the old thingy fizzles out. The old frenzy will fizzle out, so you'll have, you'll always, like if you just hold the button down, you'll always be like in frenzy. But you can also release the button a little bit here and there because you have like 7 seconds firing time, so you have an extra 2 seconds to like target reacquisition and stuff. And that way kind of cycling into, like, once you get frenzy going, you just keep going with it. If we're talking, for instance, MG5 or Sleipnir, especially because if you're going that route, you would want it to do 100 rounds just for the damage increase of it to be like decent. Because that frenzy, for instance, is like 30% even with 100 rounds. Like it's a little bit like I think it's like 35% for Sleipnir as the bonus, like on top of the build, the talent on top of the build. So, no, actually, I thought there was something here. No. Okay. Public and its outcast as well. Let me get over here. But yeah, I feel actually frenzy like really gets good at 150 rounds as well. And also firing time wise, that kind of lines up with some of those weapons. There's no more premium pieces in the store. When they try to purchase it, they are getting... Oh, currently? Yeah. Oh, maybe they disabled it at some point. What would that be under? Yeah. But also the like these ones have been broken so many times anyway. Wouldn't surprise me if they're mislinked again or something. We had for the longest of time like the same image for some of them, and then also for instance, I mean I can press it here. So I'm gonna get straight out to you. Okay. I might have just been starting to disable some of those stuff. That's perhaps oh, I was just I had just equipped them. We were there was that wall was giving like super huge decals. I wanted to see if it was just the LMG round or something. But yeah, no, this is normally has those two. Because yeah, you do need them to be of the same class indeed. But I just equipped the AR just to see if that's maybe like if it's just because it's an LMG or something. Well, it does do different decal sizes for 7.62 and 5.56. But they're usually not that big of a difference. But yeah, that wall was given like because normally like the decal size is that. But yeah, that wall is basically twice as large. Weirdness. Gonna misaim that.
Incoming hostiles detected.
Oh,
Holy shit, this is for real!
Marauder in the background.
Die, you crazy bastard! There, on the side!
You're dying to the bleed there.
Is that it? Can't believe you did it.
A hostile control point detected.
And I only don't want to fight a Marauder. They don't bleed. They suck.
Hostiles guarding location nearby.
Should totally use that line in here somewhere. If it bleeds, we can kill it. But also, if it doesn't bleed, we just avoid it. Let's go grab that one, and then let's go do Roosevelt up to that point. It's already started working on. Yeah. But also, yeah, I pointed out specifically that bug fix or the stash bug that they kind of are having issues with fixing it. Hopefully, because yeah, it is very annoying. Like, totally agree. But I think as well the actual solution they might need.
Detecting additional
I'm
hostile
willing to bet.
contacts.
Although, small amount, not a big amount. I'm willing to bet an amount that it has something to do with weightless items, and I'm not sure they want to deal with that.
Listen, there will be more fights ahead.
It's one of the things I noticed is especially on
Thank you so much for
second account where actually I don't have much of weightless, especially if I take the weightless items out of there. It seems to happen less. It might also just been, you know, just a small sample size, but it does kind of, yeah, get in the way. If it sucks, we can avoid it. Or, you know, just go for it on purpose. Yeah, let's go do Roosevelt up to the Emmeline's area, kind of. Then we'll go from there. No, I'd open the first Sunsbach and Lixon Memorial in the beginning when you open the door. up with the first stairs. The door up with the first stairs. I mean, that one's just out in the open. That's what I'm kind of confused. Because you mean like the one, well, are you on invaded? Because yeah, that might be it actually. Because yeah, if you're on invaded, it doesn't show up. Of course, it's black disk ones. The icon will still be on the minimap, which is kind of can cause some confusion maybe. But yeah, that first one is just basically on that room, the first inside room. At the end of it, you go left basically.
So be on the lookout for captives.
You walk all the way to the end and go left. But 53 if they added stealth, so you could do silent missions. The thing is with stealth in games like this, stealth either the game is a stealth game or it isn't, basically. Either it needs to be super OP or it needs to be, or nobody's going to use it. And I do not think that Division would benefit from actual stealth systems. I'm actually kind of against it, honestly, personally. Mostly because, yeah, if it's either going to suck, like Melee, basically, right? Like Melee has some very limited uses. But yeah, it's kind of weak on purpose as well. But it still has some uses. But if stealth was kind of the go-to thing to do, you're creating Ghost Recon, basically. And then if that becomes the meta to play, that completely kills what I like about Division, which is more just, you know, the firing, the sustained fire and such, basically. The mini game of like just, because yeah, in Ghost Recon, of course, if I like shoot this guy once, he's dead. In Division, it's about keeping it on that target and then, you know, waiting till they die, kind of, yeah, the MMO parts of it, the ARPG parts of it. Like, that makes Division the Division to me. And if stealth is suddenly the meta, basically, yeah, then we're just playing Ghost Recon or Hitman or stuff like that, basically. And those games already exist.
It might be nothing, but it might be something. Is that supposed to be helpful, Earl? Because it isn't. Shut your damn mouth before I shut it for you. Both of you shut up.
Up there. Spot. Because just, for instance, yeah, just adding it, but it's not like influential, then also it's kind of a time waste, basically, on the dev's end. And if you make it influential, you're going to eat into the kind of the character of Division. With MG5 for this video. I haven't started recording yet. This video. We are gonna run the MG5 as well, especially if you know, when I'm not running, or especially when I'm running solo and stuff. I'm gonna grab that. I'm also gonna be using Mark 46 and the MG5.
Hurry! Let's move!
I might also grab a GR9.
The main compound from where you are. If you can get up on the wing, you can detour around to the west along the quarantine barricade.
One sec. Yeah. Let's get this lit while we're here. I think I'm just going to reuse this outfit again. Or maybe we go with the classic Outcast outfit. And then we end with redeemed. We'll see. But But here I'm just going for the intro. For the intro, I'm gonna I already have an oldie build showcase, but that's like really old. For the intro, we use the room, the Emmeline's daughter, the hospital bed and stuff there. So I'm gonna make it up to there, and then we're gonna record intro, do the build things, and then go into gameplay.
You're coming up on a burn pit.
What talents am I using here? I'm using Status plus Killer. Killer is actually pretty good solo. But you know what? Let's oh yeah, let's actually go to MG5. Yeah. Don't need ammo. Oh, I have just one directive on. I didn't even realize that. Is this modded correctly? No. What's this one? Chance. Wait, how's this done? Oh, I'm on tier 5. Okay. I'll just take much. And we'll kind of point out all of the picks we'll have. Because the other option is as well pressure point, for instance. In a group setting, I would maybe lean more towards pressure point. Here, just because I'm solo for the time being, I just took Killer. And also for the solo part, I will take Killer as the co-piece, as the co-talent. But we're also going to run it, with pressure point, with Vindictive, and with Frenzy, as together with Sadist. It's kind of the quartet we'll see today. Also going back and watching that video, it was a good reminder that I've gotten a little bit better in presenting and stuff. That video is just like, it's even like before face cam, so that's like ages ago. I feel like, as far as I remember back now, it's just basically I've always had face cam, but yeah, that wasn't always the case, of course. But yeah, it's a very different IKEA. In presenting. It's kind of funny to watch back. Also, one of the weird things is, so that was before, that video was before as well, the LMG buffs and stuff. So it's using a secondary as Carnage, but not as the primary, like, because Carnage back then was just bad. All the LMGs were pretty bad.
Aim that thing somewhere else.
But I was using a FAMAS as the main weapon. Like, that was even before I kind of really laid into... Although that was also before, like, Project Resolve made AKs and stuff, and TKBs a little bit better. But still, just, going with a FAMAS was kind of an interesting... interesting choice. But from a damage sense, it made sense, because also, like, just back then, the ACRs, the AKs and stuff were just not really competitive anyway, so it was just better to go with that. No, so snap guy, so it doesn't alert every enemy. Yeah, the thing is though that, either it's gonna be bad, or it's going to be good, and if it's good, it kind of kills the game, and then if the kind of game that I like Division being. And if it's bad, it's kind of a waste of time, right? Like, and then they could have better spent that time just making the shooting and stuff better. That's always kind of the dilemma with stealth. That's also why games either do it stealth, and that's their thing that they do, or... it's an afterthought kind of solution that just doesn't, like, really doesn't matter. That's usually how it ends up. Also, the thing is, like, that game also already exists and has its own niche already, which is, for instance, yeah, Ghost Recon. And there, for instance, you play it like that, but there also stealth is kind of the meta. You go in with stealth, and then unless it goes wrong, you kind of then go loud, basically. But that then also is a different kind of game. That's more of a, you know, it's a tactical shooter instead of a RPG shooter. I'm getting the vision yet.
I'll be happy to put some miles between me and this place.
Watch yourself. Themselves in the electing.
God only knows what contaminants are in this shit.
But also, like the bugginess part of it.
Hey, Agent.
It's not a real argument.
Thanks.
The thing, yeah, would be just like either, because that's also, you know, the stealth games that usually most people do enjoy, because I enjoy Ghost Recon a lot, actually, and specifically for that as well, kind of trying to be stealthy for as long as possible. But then also, yeah, you take away from, like, what do talents mean in that context, for instance, right? Like, if you can just go silent mode, like, why would you if it's like way worse, and why wouldn't you if it's the best thing, right? Like, it is always kind of, they're not really compatible with each other.
You're coming up on the central area, and it looks like they've sealed the gate.
It's kind of like with racing games or something. You either go realistic or you go arcade. Trying to go like both realistic and arcade, you basically just make two bad games instead of one good game. It's kind of like the issue that Forza and stuff, I feel, always have had. Like, they either lean into their arcade side of things, and then, like, that kind of works, but them trying to go, like, we're sim! It's kind of laughable, basically, for the people that actually like Sims. Generally think a rifle build and Mercedes and a Ranger. No, rifles can work well with OD as well. The thing is, rifles just are not in a great state. I wish they were buffed at some point. It's mostly that second stat, because actually on their base stats, they don't look too bad. But then when you start comparing them on build, I want to take this fight with OD. Nah. We'll just take the easy way out. I'm just gonna grab Puffer. Thing is, yeah, rifles just are not competitive to LMGs currently. But if you want to run rifles, yeah, OD is one of the good ways to do it. Umbra is another. But yeah, you have to be wanting to run rifles. It's kind of the thing. Which just, yeah, I wish they would give them buff. Yeah, the 17 crit damage just doesn't hold up against like 21 crit chance on SMGs and stuff. Mostly because they are balanced around their the burst basically being kind of on level, but then that stat just kind of kills it when we take it on build. Better bit for wishes and spawn manipulation. It's already OP up. Yeah, it's kind of the thing indeed. The player just set his attack like from behind enemy lines. I mean, you could have something like that being like, you wouldn't need that even as a mechanic. That could be in the form of like I mean, well, Exodus, for instance, already is kind of a little bit, but you could have that, for instance, come true from a pure set or something, even. But yeah, it's usually just the mechanics of a stealth game or something, or like people. There are some people that are, although I really don't value their judgment in a lot of places. Everybody will have seen that one guy that always is like, they should make Division 2 immersive. On Reddit. not understanding that the second that you do, that kind of kills what actually division is. Because yeah, if it's immersive and I shoot this guy like twice, what do chest talents matter? What do backpack talents matter? What do any loot matter and stuff? Because for instance, Breaking Point kind of like, as much as for instance, I actually enjoyed Breaking Point's kind of gear score and stuff.
Rogue agent eliminated.
But I'm kind of as well kind of the target demographic for that. But
Be careful. They're bound to be expecting you.
But even there, the that game doesn't have talents, but that game does have stats on gear. And yeah, I don't feel any of those were really like, nobody cared basically. Honestly, the only thing I cared about in that with stats was just the marking range. Anything else was just minor alongside of it. Let's actually clean up our inventory as we'll be showing it off in a second. Two lives. Also, this didn't re-break at some point, right? in the spirit of re-breaking. Although it still feels weird that they're blocking this off from being vaultable, because what's stopping me from, you know, like this side, it's fine. This side it isn't. But the reason is you could actually vault up here, you could do it like here. But this area is kind of unfinished, so you could go back there and stuff and get behind the scenery, kind of. And then at some point fix that.
What the hell was that?
A group of hostiles
That was
is
an
moving toward a boat on the
explosion.
shore. They're escorting someone who appears to be unarmed.
If Emmeline gets away, finding her isn't going to be easy. You've got to stop.
Yeah, what does that other one look? So, find it. It's this one, right? Yeah, let's do that. And then we'll end with redeemed. That sounds like an idea. Yeah, let me catch up here as we'll go and start recording in a second, and then I'll be kind of not paying too much attention. Let's get open stretch goals. Thermal needs. Well, in my case, I did get 2 along the way, but yeah, keep in mind as well, you're gonna get at least 1 next season if you reach level 50. Which, yeah, I mean, you're saying you have more than me, so you've definitely reached that point. But when the patch of this game, yeah, they added so much to it as well. Like all of the extra episodes and stuff that they did was pretty good. I really enjoyed going back here and there. But also, actually, I kind of didn't mind the base game. Although, yeah, especially solo, I can totally see, you know, going from Wildlands to that, it was kind of didn't feel great. But I played it also a lot in co-op. Like I basically played the entire game kind of in co-op, going up to the end game, and that kind of actually did bypass for me like one of the biggest issues that one had, which was at the start there were no AI companions and stuff, because they make a lot of difference. Like they add a lot to the game. Yeah, let me catch up here. I can actually stop. There's nobody else playing with me from the staff as well. I'm actually stop struggling from being able to stack. Wait, let me read that if I can. Oh, is it stuff dying too fast? The thing is, and yeah, in most cases, like that would likely be more, yeah, player dependent. Because, yeah, a good player on a bad build can outdo a bad player on a good build. That's not it. But just, yeah, in general, I would love for rifles. I actually enjoy rifles. I even enjoyed rifles like before they were auto. I actually kind of liked the mechanic of trying to like click as fast. I mean, I still do that, right, with the high-end pistol tech tank, kind of just doing the clickies. I kind of like that, actually. But yeah, from a real sense, they're just not on par currently with the other weapon types. Like most of the times, if you just take the same build and just stick in an AR, you'll just do better most of the time. And either human, which is a weird sentence. Hello, human. But yeah. Oh, 200 plus, yeah. I mean, yeah, you're gonna get at least a turmoil next season. I don't know if you caught the news. Otherwise, if you reach level 30, you'll get a Lexington. If you reach level 50, on top of that, you get a turmoil on the 12th as guaranteed rewards. So that's the same, but I have Bloodsucker on my backpack. I like having the damage talents, especially as well. We have a really good one in Wicked as well. I just generally have no need for things like Bloodsucker and stuff. They can be comfortable, but honestly, if I wanted to go kind of that kind of playstyle, I would actually, for instance, if it's solo, because I would think, for instance, especially Bloodsucker, you wouldn't want that too much in a team. I would just go Memento instead of Tinker. That can work out perfectly fine as well. But yeah, you also have Wicked, which is like really easy and consistent. And the Jekyll, the builds with Cheska, backpack, and all set. You basically just balance it out. So in this case, with this LMG with crit chance third stat, 3 crit chance mods, I think I have 1 extra crit chance here, yeah, for exact 60. And then the thing would be in a group setting, I can swap these two from crit chance to crit damage and lose 10, or if there's a Coyote in the team, in an easy way. Oh, and there's a Mark 46 over M249B. The Mark 46 is the better option there. All three of those, so that and the Para as well, all three are from the same family, from the same type. But the Mark 46 has a tiny bit better handling, but it's a tiny bit. The M249B, the only thing it has is a better skin. So. But yeah, the Mark 46 is overall the best of the pack, of that pack. Well, let's put up one of those captchas. Let's see if we can solve it. Then you'll confirm you're human. Because yeah, you might be human, but you also might be dancer. I have to consider stuff. When above the siren is to 60. Keep in mind, Sawyer's is total weapon damage. But also, by that logic, why not buff other things to 80 or 100? Like the buff a thing because it's underperforming and other things not. But Sawyer's is actually very powerful already. The thing is just the tedium of it. But like, it's very actually usable for headhunting and stuff where you can stand still and it'll make your first shot be very powerful. But that's also 45 weapon damage. So that's going already into a pool that is very diluted, depending on, where you're using the Catharsis. Sawyer's is total weapon damage, which is the talents pool, kind of generally. 60% there is not equivalent to the 45% on the other one or stuff like that. But also they added 15 to 1. Why would it double the other? But also, yeah, Sawyer's doesn't need a buff because Sawyer's is already extremely powerful. It just doesn't get used much just because of the tediousness of the talent itself. But actually with for instance, headhunting and stuff. So for a lot of those places where people are sticking in a Fox's Prayer, I would actually just stick in a Sawyer's. And just stand still for your first shot and just get the 30% total weapon damage, and actually your first shot will be a guaranteed elite, basically. if you're going that route. Some rifle, Tinker. It kind of depends. Like, yeah, in a lot of builds, if there isn't a coyote in the team and you want to be a team player, yeah, swapping to that is kind of the way to go. That's also why, for instance, in my case, all of my strikers are still like set up in a way where either coyote goes in or Tinkerer, because I want to have the option for both. Also, for instance, that's why it's saved with like an SMG and still an ACS, and then I have other SMGs on this character. But if I stick in a Tinkerer, I just quickly as well grab a different weapon as a secondary. That's actually how I would set up most builds, just so you can still swap. Because if you actually just take this with a crit chance mod, so I'm not doing that here, but if we took this with a crit chance mod, on strikers and stuff, you would just swap it in basically, and it will work out kind of fine. That was awesome. Thank you so much, Shackle, for the kind words. And I quite enjoyed the build collection as well. It's been a lot of work over the years, but it's been well worth the time investment. Yeah, let's get started. Let's get ready to kind of record the intro here, as I'm waiting for this hard drive to spool up. As it, there we go. Because I actually will be using the build collection as well here. Let's actually make sure that all of these are working correctly. Let me do one thing that I noticed there. Let me just rename this OD. Build show. Let's do one quick test recording. Let me also check. Oh, no, good, actually. Right, as we just making sure that I'm not out of sync. So I am testing 1, 2, and 3. So I am testing 1, 2, and 3. Okay, so I am. Yeah, shut up. Shut up, me. Shut up, me. Yeah, just making sure that all works. Yeah. What's the best kind of angle? First things first, let's do it with the pistol in hand. That looks less weird than that LMG. It's maybe a bit much vibrancy. Yeah. Yeah, let me get you here real quick and then I'm gonna record. We give you a bit better on backpack, not particularly. I like vigilance quite a bit as well, but both, we're gonna go with both. So actually on the build collection, oh yeah, I need to actually pull up the build collection once. Let's actually do that. On the build collection one, basically, yeah, we're going to show one with Wicked, one with Vigilance. Vigilance is still also a really good way to go, because Vigilance is more damage, like just straight up. But Wicked is still a really good choice. It kind of depends how comfortable you are keeping up Vigilance. But yeah, well, we basically, these are the two build pictures from the collection, and even though they nowadays look very similar, because one used to be a contractor's one, but we're not doing that anymore. But yeah, one is set up crit chance, crit damage wise for Vindictive, with being at 44%, crit chance, and the other is just set up at 60. We're using those two. Let's actually put these two. But let's put these away for a sec. Okay, so I have that, and then the numbers. And then actually, when we reach the numbers, I need to add one thing in before we actually record it. Yeah, let me catch up one more time here. Turn this down. And thank you so much as well, Land, for Land of Cake. I like the name. I like the concept. And yeah, thank you so much for the kind words there as well. Buff the lemon or buff the 3-piece, 40% crit. You're just trying to find buffs, places to buff. Your Mind Negotiator is also in a really good place. Also, no, you wouldn't want that. Like you could buff the 4-piece talent or something if you wanted to. But if you buff the 3-piece, what you've made now is that that 3-piece is better than 3 pieces of a lot of brand sets. Because it's going from 50, like you're getting 25 extra crit damage. So if you're taking like Cheska Grupo plus something else or whatever, or 3-piece Providence, like that, now that 3-piece is actually better than that. That's also why, yeah, you have to watch out with buffing some of the main stats on gear. That's also why I'm very unhappy with like Hotshot having 30% MMR when, you know, for instance, Aces has 15. Like that actually gets in the way a little bit. Those stats matter a lot as well. Like this again. No. I know that's exactly one of the styles we're gonna show here today. But yeah, we're basically gonna have both of those. I like Vigilance as well, especially for instance, yeah, in Countdown where there's, you know, you don't get hit as much. But then, yeah, for instance, solo, I might actually swap it to Wicked. That's also why it's free talent. Just go do I play hardcore? Here and there a little bit. I do have some hardcore characters on my second account. Like I'm 1k there, which isn't that impressive with 5 times XPs nowadays and stuff. But yeah, I was already like around 700 or something before those even came in. But here and there, yeah, I do play some hardcore. I haven't much recently, but I've dabbled with it. Yeah, so that one and then this one. Yeah, let's get ready. Let's get ready to record. So build showcase. So it goes, hi, I'm IKEA, and for today's video, I want to do a build showcase. Or for today's video, we are going to do a build showcase. Yeah, let's just hit record and see what comes out, and then it's been a while since I've done a build showcase, so I have to kind of remember how we did the thing. There's a build collection, and then chapters, and then yeah, it's yeah. Let's get going. As yeah. Hi, I'm IKEA, and for today's video, I want to give a build showcase on Ongoing Directive, which is a gear set centered around buffing others and doing status effects and marking enemies through that. It also provides a lot of ammo for the team and can actually be used very effectively to bypass some of the ammo directives, and we'll be going over all of that in this build showcase. It is very much one of the core builds that I run quite a lot, especially for instance in Countdown. I like having at least one OD in the team, and quite often if there isn't one, I'll become that one. But even in a 4-man team, especially for bypassing somewhat some of the directives, it is a really good pick. As always, we'll be using the build collection and several build pictures out of there, which I'll of course link it down below. Also, as with all build showcases, it'll be time-stamped as we'll go through 2 main chapters, basically. In the first chapter, we'll go over the build, the layouts of it, its build pictures, and as well some calculations that I've prepared here. And then in the second chapter, we'll take it into gameplay, and I'll try to give you the tools that if you do make the build, that you already have a starting point and that you can use it effectively right away. So yeah, let's go get started. You know what? I'm sure I can do better in a second take, but we're just going to keep that itch fine. It is. Yeah. And for today's video, I want to make sure it's in sync and everything. I'm perfectly fine with that. 113. can't take two. Nah, we'll just keep it to one take there. Just will be a one take wonder. Because yeah, we shouldn't let perfect be the enemy of good enough here. Let me catch up here. Hardcore need more survivability or just same build? I generally, so yeah, you would want more survivability there. So generally in hardcore, I run basically always a memento. Actually, the build that I run mostly for hardcore is, if you're familiar with the striker tech tank, which actually, here, basically this, but then instead of technician, or well, instead of artificer, I'm still running a revive hive. So we are giving up like the tech tank part of it, where the artificer heals the shield, because a revive hive is just too useful. Like even with, you know, a striker build or a striker tech tank, you still die sometimes, and dying sometimes is not okay on hardcore. So I run basically the same build, but then with revive hive, and then quite often I actually gunner instead as well for armor on kill. But then also I run weapons with preservation quite often on top. Like I run gunner plus preservation. Because yeah, it doesn't matter if we take like 20 seconds longer to kill stuff as long as we don't die. Because if we die, that's like even getting boosted, that's like a 4 or 5 hour thing to get back to level 40. Even if you're getting group skilled, even more, like it's like 6-7 hours lengthy. Yeah, that was indeed good. I feel good about that one. I wouldn't survivalist better than gunner. It depends. So next season, not so much, because we'll have pistolero. But yeah, I'm again as well gonna show it basically with both ways. So especially this vindictive one is also with survivalist, and we're gonna as well discuss that. Thing is though that so actually I should change this talent back to frenzy. Especially with frenzy, we need that extra 15 rounds. That matters a lot. And then we need gunner. But yeah, in a group setting especially, we would want survivalists. But yeah, we also kind of, that mag is also really nice. But especially if we're running with frenzy, I really want to have that mag. Like 15 rounds extra makes a lot of difference. But that's the one that this one is kind of set up for. Yeah, let's actually take it here. But also keep in mind that is just for teammates. So for instance, if I'm running it solo, that doesn't apply. Yeah, so actually order of things. We're gonna go gear sets, weapons, skills, specialization. Yeah, let's go in that order. Yeah, let's just get going and let's see how it goes. Yeah. And for the general layout of an ongoing directive setup, it looks kind of like this, where we're going with 4 pieces of OD, of course, getting the 4-piece bonuses from that. Most of the builds we'll be seeing today, we won't be using the backpack at all, as the backpack for OD does not help out. Actually, this guy there. I need to actually explain OD first, and then we go into stuff like that. We go slide by slide. I'm not doing. The thing is, I've been doing too many of those build overviews, and in there we just jump around a lot because there's just so much to explain in this. I should keep it like first we do this, and then explain this, and then we go into the chest and backpack. Yeah. And the main OD layout that we'll be going for today is looks like this, where we're going with the chest and without the backpack, together with the Tinkerer, as of course the Tinkerer came in pretty recently with the Climax mission recently, and it has a lot of benefits, especially for a build like Ongoing Directive. Ongoing directive, on its 2-piece, we get some status effect extra. This isn't really impactful. The 3-piece bonus is 30% reload speed, and this is actually a little bit impactful, especially as we'll be using a lot of LMGs for today's showcase. And then on the 4-piece, we get the main talent of Ongoing Directives, Rules of Engagement. Shooting a status affected enemy will apply a mark. Killing a marked enemy grants a full clip, which has always been one of my pet peeves, as this is, I believe, actually the only place in the game where it uses clip to mean magazine. As any other talent that actually refers to the magazine actually says magazine, but OD is the last place where it grants a full clip of hollow point ammo for your active weapon, and half of a clip of the agent's active weapon to the rest of the party. Marks last for 10 seconds. Hollow point ammo amplifies weapon damage by 20% and applies a bleed on hit. So the way that then this works is basically we get these hollow point rounds. That is the main mechanic of OD. When we have those hollow point rounds, we get a 20% amp. And then together with that, the chest is actually taking that to a 50% amp for only ourselves. This bonus does not apply to party members. They only still get 20% in the setup that we have here. Any person that is, we ourselves get a full mag, so magazine size based of our main weapon. Everybody else will get half of a mag of their magazine size, so whatever weapon they are running, if they have a 50 round mag, they will get 25 rounds whenever a marked enemy dies. And then together with that, whenever we hit an enemy, we'll be applying that bleed if we have that hollow point rounds. Hitting any status affected enemy, and that's not just bleed, but any status effect, will apply a mark. And this was actually one of the big changes that happened to OD. First of all, it became an, and this is actually at this point about a year and a half ago, so it is a while ago. But it became a group-wide buff instead of just being a personal buff, as whenever we do generate hollow point ammo, we get a full mag, our teammates get a half of their mag as bonus. They are at the very least 20% increase to everybody's damage, so it becomes a group-wide buff. And then together with that, whenever the enemies are status affected and the OD hits them, it marks them. They no longer need to die while being status affected. So in the past, it was that the enemy had to die while they had a status effect on them and they had to be killed by the OD. That is no longer the case. Now, whenever an enemy is hit while they have a status effect, any status effect, they will receive an OD mark. When they die from any source, they will generate that ammo for the entirety of the team. Especially this change to this mark means that we don't really need status effect anymore around, because even a very short status effect like the bleed from the hollow point rounds will be enough to get a follow-up shot on them, generate that mark on them, and that will generate the ammo once they die. So mechanically, what this then becomes is, we want to mark as many enemies. We want to have these hollow point ammo as much as possible, because whenever we do, especially the player themselves, together with the chest, we're getting a 50% amp off of that. If we don't have that ammo, we are not getting this bonus. So especially if we've kind of considered that in the past, we used to run glass, which would be a separate multiplier to this, basically. We didn't care too much if we did or didn't have those bleed rounds up. But nowadays, we want these hollow point rounds to be there. And then together with that, that will apply those effects on the enemy anyway to apply more marks. And that's also the way that then this plays out in actual gameplay, is that once you have the hollow point rounds, and especially the entire team has the hollow point rounds, it is kind of ongoing. So a fitting name for this gear set. As once you kind of get it started, there's so many status effects going around, including the bleed rounds themselves, that you will be continuously marking enemies and you'll just be generating ammo continuously. That's also why we generally nowadays, in the long past, before these changes, before the mark came in, we would actually kind of rely on maybe pushing towards a little bit of status effect on the build. That is no longer needed, because the status effect can be very short, or can be, of course, be generated from just shooting a weak point or something, or from grenades or skills. If we then move on to backpack, here we are not going with the OD backpack, and that is by choice. The OD backpack actually increases the bleed, damage, and duration the bleed is a very minor part of this build. So much rather than that, we would go with a high-end piece. Here, for instance, well, the main piece we'd go for is basically always brand bonus-wise Cheska. This will beat most other things we could stick in here. For instance, if we were going Petrov, that would actually be less than the Cheska here. But then on the talent, we have a few choices to make here. Vigilance is a really good pick, and I'll be using that especially in group settings. Wicked, as we will be generating that from just the bleed rounds, as any status affected enemy will, as long as we apply a status effect, we get 18% from that. That buff is also, for instance, Vigilance. Of course, whenever we get hit, this gets disabled for 4 seconds. Wicked would not be, but it is a smaller damage bonus. So especially in a group setting, or for instance, let's say Countdown, where I have 7 teammates / decoys running around, I can keep a pretty decent uptime on Vigilance. If I'm, for instance, solo, yeah, I might lean more towards Wicked. We could also go with things like Unstoppable Force or Bloodsucker and such. But yeah, I generally lean towards Vigilance or Wicked here. Then, of course, the big comer of this season coming in is the Tinkerer. And the Tinkerer, especially here, has really changed up OD a little bit damage component-wise. Because one of the things that we always had was really good talents, especially on weapons, for damage bonuses. And of course, now we get to run 2 of them. And instead of Coyote, which was the pick in the past, where I would stick a Coyote here, I feel now OD especially should go with Tinkerer, because we can always take Sadist as our main talent, and that is our go-to basically, as that is still one of the biggest bonuses. And of course, we're bleeding continuously. That's kind of the play of the build. So we want to go with Sadist, and then we can pair it with really big talents. And we'll look into that in the calculation section, where, for instance, yeah, we can stick in Frenzy as a secondary talent, but we can also go for things like Pressure Point, Vindictive, or as well just Killer as the secondary. Then looking at weapons, we are actually going to be sticking mostly to LMGs. I'll be showing a shotgun one very briefly, as well, as I kind of enjoy the style of that build's play. But mostly, as a general use, we'll be sticking to LMGs, and there's a really good reason for that, and that is that because of the hollow point rounds, when we receive them, we receive 1 mag size worth of them, at least the OD player themselves. That means that the damage per mag of the weapon really does matter, because if we can't kill in that mag size, we might run out of those hollow point rounds. And as we discussed, whenever we lose those hollow point rounds, we're losing this 50% hollow point ammo buff, that we're ammo amplification here, separate multiplier. We're losing this whole 50%, which is, of course, a really big part of our damage. So we basically don't want to run out of hollow point rounds ever, if we can prevent it. And especially LMGs and rifles do have enough to kind of get by, especially going ARs. I noticed for myself, depending on the content as well, we have to kind of consider that. If we're in, let's say, heroic countdown, I will definitely run out of a 50-round ARs before we get a kill. So, for instance, sometimes with the hunters, as they might take a few mags to kill, depending on team and how strong they are. And that if the second we run out of hollow point rounds, we're kind of in trouble. So leaning towards LMGs is still the way to go for it for me. Now though, because in the past we would go with Coyote and Carnage. Carnage was one of the, of course, with Perfect Sadist on a Negev. That was one of the better picks there. Now, yeah, of course, with the Tinkerer, we don't go with named weapons because we can't use those. Instead of that, we're going with a Mark 46 or an MG5. Those will be the 2 main weapons I'll be using today. The Mark 46 is, of course, as well, an M249B and an M249 Para are kind of or well, not kind of in the same family. They are of the same family. The only difference is that the Mark 46 has a tiny bit better stability. It is noticeable when you side by side them, but actually, if you were to just play with them, yeah, nobody would really notice the difference. But if we're min-maxing and we're going for one, we're going to take the Mark 46. Moving on to skills, especially this being a red build, we are going to put a Revive Hive in one of the slots. In the other slots, we have a lot of options. We want to have at least a form of status effect most of the time. And this will be the part where we'll use it both for just CCing in general, but also for starting that chain. As we talked about, once we kind of get it going, it will be ongoing. So here I am, for instance, using the Banshee Pulse, which is tied to the gunner specialization we're using there. And this is a very easy to use skill, both for just getting the chain going, but then also if we're once we have the chain going, this can just be general CC, and this will disable a wave, help the team to take care of it very quickly. Otherwise as well, things like foam, of course, are a really good pick. Things like the blinder firefly are a really good pick. You can, instead of the revive hive, also go with stinger hive, but I prefer having that revive hive there. We are a red build, and we're kind of going to be showing it throughout this build showcase as a red build. You can also go with, of course, the stickies, either EMP or fire. The shock trap, and of course as well, fire chem can work as well. All of those can be really good choices, just a form of status effect to get it going as well. Actually, jammer pulse is also a really good one as an easy one to get through walls and stuff as well. That's also the nice thing about the Banshee. We don't even need line of sight to the enemy. We can just shoot it through a wall basically. But yeah, we want one skill there basically to get the chain going, and preferably as well further from that just to CC enemies. We can also do that starting out very consistently with grenades. So especially the two specializations we'll be using is Gunner and Survivalist. Both of them have really good grenades to get it going. Here with the foam grenade, with Survivalist we would have the fire grenade. Both of those can actually be very good openers as well. Then specialization-wise, there's really two picks. Now, because of the LMGs here, I am going with Gunner, together with that as well, getting access to the Banshee Pulse. The other main option is to go with Survivalist. Survivalist will as well provide a buff to the whole team, especially in team settings, because there is a case to be made, especially OD, to run it in teams. There is still reasons to sometimes run it solo, as there are some benefits there, as we'll discuss in the gameplay sections. But especially if we're running it in a team, the crossbow, going with Survivalist, we especially gain that damage bonus for our allies. So all members of our subgroup, and I'm saying it like that for instance, in Countdown, where there are two subgroups, but every member of our subgroup will actually get 10% damage to status affected enemies. And of course, we're status affecting quite a bit with that bleed. And then as well, the fire grenades are really nice. But yeah, I feel it's basically between these two, and especially Gunner then is also for that pouch that we can get for the LMGs. This plus 50 rounds pouch is of course tied to Gunner. That's also one of the main reasons we'll go with it there. As we talked about, the damage per mag does matter. Dropping down to a 135 round mag is not the end of the world, but more so, for instance, if we are going with the MG5 and we're going from 100 round mag down to an 85 round mag, that can be actually a little bit detrimental. Let's actually go and start looking at some of the build pictures. Good enough. I stumbled a little bit at the start, but it's fine. 12 minutes, that's kind of on target. Yeah, let's put this file away. That was a lot of talking in one go. Let me actually catch up here for a second. Fancy trying. No, it's what we're trying nowadays, especially. So in the past, there was, of course, like keeping a slot for watch alting and stuff. That no longer exists, right? So you can just take that slot and just stick a hardcore in there. I feel a lot of people are doing that. That's what we're playing around with. It just make sure, like, yeah, I mean, I would hope you can consider that already, of course, which is just to, yeah, not run it if you have like deltas constantly or something, or connection issues, or the game crashes. But for instance, me, like, I haven't had many crashes. Like, I think the last crash was like 2-3 weeks ago, like one time. If it's kind of like that, yeah, it's kind of fine. I can get my pajamas. Yeah, I was actually, so usually I kind of split it up, but there I kind of felt good and just kept going. So sometimes it goes like that. I just go with the flow. Oh, and thank you so much there, Human, for subscribing there. As always, much appreciated. And even also gifting a sub as well. And yeah, thank you so much, Human. Oh, yeah, sorry for getting to it late, as yeah, I was kind of in the flow there. But yeah, thank you so much. And as always, we'll be wasting those on upcoming apparel and season pass stuff, as yeah, that's the We always joke about that being the thing as I'm one of those idiots that buys all the apparel. So that's where that goes to. But no, that was him. Yeah, I'm gonna actually talk about the Tinkerer, especially in the build pictures here. But yeah, usually in that layout wise, we just kind of just point the things out, and then here is more where I kind of discuss what they actually are. One bread, yeah. I mean, that makes it easy for myself to edit, but yeah, no, for myself to kind of edit. Is also the handy thing with kind of knowing what you're talking about. Like, because yeah, there's also some people are sometimes like they think, well, I mean, it should be obvious if you kind of just watch the content that it's not scripted, but yeah, some people think it's like a script and stuff, but yeah, no, I just ramble, and that works out. Yeah, let me catch up here, and then let's go into the next part of it here. Let's already set up this, actually, because we'll go to these build pictures. Because also, yeah, in here we're going to discuss some of the weapon talents and stuff. With the backpack talent, so there I'm showing it with Vigilance, but yeah, we're going to be discussing it with Vigilance and then also with Wicked. And thank you so much, Human. Need more that space. Well, I wouldn't be against it. They've said like they'll consider it, right? Like at this point. The thing is though that yeah, for me in my case, I couldn't do more builds than I have currently. Unless they do also inventory space, and I don't think they're gonna do inventory space. Very likely, because yeah, for instance as well, this character just carrying around their 16 loadouts is at 138. Although this is one of the more full ones. I might also have some random shit on them. No, not even. But yeah, for instance, most of my characters are around 130 to 138 here. But still, more loadouts would be nice just to, like save an obliterate striker and then a chest striker and then a thing striker. But yeah. Well, they've been receptive to it, at least. They've said, like, we'll consider it, which is more than they've said on some subjects. Yeah, let's set up the background here a little bit. Do I have it? Yeah, more there. Yeah. Kind of like this layout. That's on. Well, the thing is just then the extra loadout slots would just be for variations. You're going to make more builds. Because I wouldn't mind actually having more builds as well. But I'm out of inventory. Like you run out of inventory at some point. Some others. And thank you for the kind words there. Also, yeah, the thing is as well, like I make long form stuff that's also not for everybody. And understandably so. Like you have to be kind of into a game to watch an hour-long dissertation on a build. Yeah. Yeah, let's actually start it here. Actually, let's start it here. 3.01 selected. Yeah, what was my last line there? Just to make it flow better. 135 round mag is not, that can be actually a little bit detrimental. Let's actually go and start looking at some of the build pictures. Okay, so pretty open. Yeah, I'm gonna hit record again. Let's get going into this one. So I need that tab. Okay. As we'll go here to the build collection, which I'll link down below, of course, in the description, together with the build pictures we'll be especially using today. There's 2 of them here both of them are kind of in the same. Oh, actually, wait, there's not 2 of them. There's 3 of them. I forgot about the shotgun one. Yeah. Let's try that again then. Actually, let's not have that one. Let's select. And for that, we'll come to the build collection where we'll pick a trio of OD build pictures here. There's actually more builds with OD, but some of them are in a different kind of layouts. Here we'll be especially looking at 3.01, which is actually the loadout that we saw kind of in-game a second ago with that Tinkerer, with Sadist and Frenzy, and that Vigilance on the backpack. We'll go to a different one as well, but as you can see, layout-wise, not much changed here, but here we've just gone to a Wicked backpack, and then instead as well, we're going with Survivalist, even though we've kind of put up both options, and here we're setting it up specifically for Vindictive. And then as well, actually, the shotgun one, I do actually like this as a layout. It is quite different in playstyle from the other 2, but here as well, again, the same layout. We are going with the OD chest, we are going with a high-end backpack, in this case, the setup for Perfect Opportunistic. And as you may have noticed in all of these, there is a Tinkerer in there, and the Tinkerer is really good for OD. Let's actually zoom in here a little bit. First, let's discuss what the Tinkerer is and what it does, of course. It did come in with the season, so it might still be new to some. As with the Tinkerer, what we get is that it will apply the second weapon's talent to our primary as well, whenever we are using our primary. So what it is in effect doing is, instead of being, well, for instance, with the Coyote, where we had the crit chance, crit damages, bonuses there, instead, what we're getting is a second weapon talent. So in effect, whenever we have the Tinker and we are using the main and they are of the same type, we have to have 2 LMGs or 2 SMGs or 2 ARs, in this case 2 LMGs of course here, and then with the shotguns, 2 shotguns. We are getting the secondary talent being Frenzy as well, together with Sadist. And Sadist, of course, was always the big one for OD anyway, and that will stay the case. We will always go with Sadist first, basically weapon talent-wise, but we can then pair it with a lot of good talents. And that was always the thing. The second we saw what the Tinkerer's talent was going to be, my first thought was, oh, any status effect build, and then of course OD is kind of a poster child for it, because we have things like Pressure Point, like Vindictive, which are pretty big talents. They were not big enough to compete with Sadist, so we wouldn't pick them over Sadist, but if we can put them alongside of Sadist, and the way to kind of see it as well, if we're comparing it to the Coyote, is we're basically exchanging the talent from the Coyote that would normally in the past be here before the Tinkerer came in with this season's Climax mission. That talent, which was around the 7 to 9%, maybe 10%, depending on the build, increase to our damage. If we just looked at having the Coyote talent there, or if we just removed it, basically we would lose about 7 to 10%. Are any of those talents bigger than that? Of course they are. Some things like Frenzy are into the 50% by themselves, but of course Pressure Point, for instance, is a 15% separate multiplier by itself. It's 15%. Vindictive, 16 crit chance, 16 crit damage. That can add up to be a lot of damage increase. So yeah, we have a bunch of good ones there, and of course Killer, generally around the 15 to 20% depending on the build. In this case, it's around 18, 19%. So any of those, slotting those in instead of the Coyote really does make sense. And that has been the big upgrade to OD, and really the reason I wanted to redo this build showcase, as we already have one in the bag, but that one is also so old that we don't even have the buff to the chest piece there. And yeah, the big buff that came to the chest piece was, in the past, chest piece used to be 35% for the OD player themselves. The 20% from hollow points to team members, that's always 20%. The chest increases that for the OD player themselves to 35% in the past, and now it's 50%. Once it turned into 50%, this became the go-to piece, and that also then lets us slot in some of the things, like, for instance, going with Coyote and then going with a high-end backpack. We do always want to go with the high-end backpack, as we saw throughout all of these builds. The backpack of OD itself applies a little stronger of a bleed, and the duration of the bleed is increased but the bleed is kind of just an side thing to this build. There is actually a style of build that will maybe showcase in the future. I already do have a build overview on it, which is a triple tick build. In there, we are doing things a little bit differently. We have a pestilence, we have a vial, and then we also take the OD backpack. In there, we are trying to actually, as the name kind of implies, we're going for the ticks, which is the damage over time ticks. And there, it kind of makes sense. But yeah, if we're going for damage on the main weapon, which is kind of the way that this build is set up, yeah, we're not going to take that backpack ever. And then, yeah, as we saw, that makes the layout basically the same for all of them. The thing to, of course, remember, we do want to balance out our crit chance crit damage. So here, actually, with the Stinkerer for this build picture, I've kind of gone a solo style of it at putting it at 60% crit chance. One of the things is, though, now that we can actually, ever since they changed the mods on the weapon, it is well worthwhile to take crit damage mods on the weapons as well. So we have an easy way if we do have a Coyote in the team. And of course, as we were talking about, this, for instance, I would very much consider as well, because of its group buff, a really good thing to use in teams. If we have a Coyote in the team, which if we're kind of coordinating the team, we definitely want to make sure there's a Coyote in the team. We can just swap 2 of these crit chance mods to crit damage mods. That will lose us 10% crit chance. This build is technically, basically behind the scenes, behind the cap, a 60.5, of course, capped to 60. That'll bring it back to a 50.5. And that is, of course, a really quick swap that we can do on the weapon on the fly. And that's kind of how I have been running it. Setting in the build up itself to reach 60, basically. And then we play around with the weapon mods, especially to lose a little bit of crit chance if we do have a Coyote in the team. Together with that, of course, if we go now to the Wicked version, that is also set up to give a Vindictive, as we'll see in the calculation in a second. If we actually set it up at 44 crit chance as its base crit chance, we are leaving the biggest gap possible for the Vindictive to come in, as it is 16 crit chance, 16 crit damage once it's activated. Here we're kind of, before Vindictive is activated, kind of unbalanced on our crits, because yeah, this is not a great balance. There we would want to be on 60, and then kind of, you know, if we were just not considering the Vindictive there, or for instance on the other one where we're running Frenzy. But this way we are leaving the biggest gap for Vindictive to fill in, and that actually works out really well, as we'll see in the calculations in a second. Here as well, the other big backpack talent that we can go with, which is a Wicked. Wicked, of course, is whenever we apply a status effect, we gain 18%. Vigilance is 25% total weapon damage. Here as well, there is no other sources of total weapon damage unless we have measured for a weapon talent. And because of that, these are at full value. So this Wicked is in fact an 18%. The Vigilance is at 25%. But of course, we can lose the Vigilance whenever we get hit for 4 seconds. The Wicked is going to be very consistent at 18%. The Vigilance is at 25% that we can here and there lose. So you have to play around with it, and then especially kind of in the way of analyzing yourself and just kind of improving yourselves, kind of that idea of just recording yourself, paying attention to if you have the uptime on Vigilance, if you want to go that route. I especially do like Vigilance, for instance, in Countdown, where yeah, we have a lot more players around, a lot more decoys for me that will take the hits, hopefully, instead of me. And then the extra 7% total weapon damage that we have there is actually a pretty big boon. If we are going the Wicked route, yeah, we just swap that talent out. And that's very handy, actually, to have a backpack here. As you can see, I've optimized all the pieces so we can recore, or instead of, for instance, changing one of the talents with recalibration, we are changing the talent with reconfiguration, with recalibration. Then as well, actually, of course, talent-wise, if we want to swap it out, one of the easiest ways as well is to have multiple weapons and just have multiples with different talents. You can, of course, recalibrate the talent on the fly, but that can get expensive, especially for newer players. Sadist is going to be our go-to anyway, and having just some other LMGs with some of the other talents so we can slot them in at will can actually be pretty good. Because if we want to go from one talent to another, especially on that second one, we can just grab a different LMG, slot that in, and now we have a different combination of talents for the Tinkerer to apply together. Lastly, here we'll go to the shotgun version here. With the shotgun one, not much is changing here. I am taking 2 blue cores here, and that's because we want to be a little bit closer. The one difference here as well, actually, it isn't, I do want to show this build off, but I wouldn't per se show this or pick this as the main OD to go with, but it's a very enjoyable way to go with it. One of the things here as well, we're going with Firewall instead of the other choices in Gunner and Survivalist. That is especially for the Striker Shield, which has a damage component to it as well. So that is actually a pretty big upgrade. Here as well, we are going with the setup, the perfect opportunistic named backpack. And of course, opportunistic, another group buff. So we're applying an extra group buff there. In the case of shotguns, of course, and this is also one of the places where we're picking this especially because we have pretty good bonuses from talents for that Tinkerer to combine together. Say this, a no-brainer, of course, together with that Brazen. Brazen is really big as far as shotguns go and is a really easy talent to use. So we're pairing these two here together. And this makes for actually a pretty good, especially small team, 4-man group OD setup that can actually kind of push in, be a little bit kind of like Hunter's Fury, just in the faces of the enemies, provide its group buff, of course, together with that perfect opportunistic, and still have a really good damage for itself. So we'll be seeing that in action. Yeah, let's actually move it on to some calculations. How long was that? 10 minutes. It's fine. A little bit long, but kind of got rambly in the middle parts. But I'm happy with it. Although I lost reconfiguration and recalibration and so I caught myself in the end. Yeah, let's go here. So there's actually one quick thing I want to do here before we actually do stuff. Let's take, or do we do it here? No, let's sit on that last one. Let's take, oh, we can add it into here actually. Like, wait, so how much is the bleed? 34, right? Yeah, 34. It's just the bleed, yeah, like that. So what we do here, because I want to just highlight how little the bleed is, basically, or how big the bleed is. But then what we do is so is this number plus 2x 2 times 34 2 yeah. 2 times 34 2, and then this whole thing times whatever. So that, but then let's unmerge this. So like that. Lead targets. So times whatever's in this field. There we go. Yeah. Let's make sure we're doing this right. Yeah, it's 2 times that number times that. Yeah. Which is basically in that thing. Yeah, let me catch up here for a second. Indeed. Recon calibration. Yeah. Recon or a recalcon transmogrification. Let me catch up here. Which non-named LMG is best? To me, it's especially between the Mark 46 and slash M249s, which are the same weapon, and then the MG5. That's Jeb Chavez, I guess she said. Yeah. 09 can be okay-ish. The thing is, though, that, yeah, you do give up a lot of damage, which are gonna one of the parts we're gonna discuss here. Yeah. Otherwise, also not just mag too big, but it's just also like damage too small. Because in effect, you're giving up like, to me as well, whenever I'm using it, it just feels a little weak. Recalifornication indeed. Yeah. Dream of Californication. Yeah, let's go back here. Actually, yeah, let me take one quick bio break, and then we'll come back and actually do this part. So I'll be right back. Yeah, I'm back. Yeah, let's take it over here. And I should definitely do this one at a time. I have a habit of trying to do it all together and it just messing up. Well, it doesn't per se need a buff to join. The thing is, it is not in a bad place. The thing is that it has is like that large magazine size. Because also it can make for a pretty big frenzy number, and especially with coordination with like the ammo hoarders kind of shenanigans you can do, you can actually make it a little bit too powerful. But it's only if you're really doing that and taking the 250 round with frenzy and then like using ammo hoarders to lose the mag. Yeah. Yeah, let's introduce this and then we well, say thanks for me. Yeah, we'll both take that as a compliment, right? Like, because apparently she chose to marry you, so you know if I'm like you, I must also be perceived as not being an asshole. One would hope, at least. Yeah, let's go into recording this. I want to intro it separately. No, we'll just jump into it. Onto the first one. Oh, so what do we have here? MG5, Mark 46, Carnage, and then yeah, infantry, GR9s, and then versus Striker. Yeah. Actually, let's make sure as well we don't get logged out of the game. As here we'll go into a trio of multi-calculators. This spreadsheet, of course, will be linked down below as well, as I've filled this in for this build showcase. These are multi-calculators of my design. If you haven't seen them before, there is actually a video on my channel explaining in full how to fill these out and how they kind of work. But especially input happens down here to get with the weapon stats up here. And then we especially get out a damage per mag, a burst DPS, and a sustained DPS. And these can be used to compare up to 10 builds that we have here. And then especially on percentages, as the percentages will all be comparing to the top slot. Here on this first one, we're kind of looking at the build as a whole. So here we have filled in an OD with the Tinkerer, as we'll be using the Tinkerer throughout this. I feel actually now, since the Tinkerer has come in, it is the way to go with it, as we kind of explained. The talents that we can go with are pretty big. Here, for comparison's sakes, we're giving everything sadist plus pressure point. And then comparing it, for instance, here between an MG5 and a Mark 46, as we kind of talked about the Mark 46's extra mag size, and we see that in effect here, where the damage per mag for the Mark 46 is much higher, and that does matter a lot to this build. If we run out of hollow point rounds before whatever in front of us is dead, and that sometimes does matter, for instance, fighting rogues or such, especially with group scaling, or maybe hunters, the starting hunters on Countdown, or the ending hunters. That can matter to have a little bit more damage per mag, and the Mark 46, for instance, has that. But for the main two picks, I'll be going as well with MG5 and the Mark 46, as we kind of discussed, and the Mark 46 as well. If you have a good M249B or M249 Para, both of those are from the same family, but the Mark 46 is just a little bit better on the stability end of things, not on the damage end of things. The damage on all of those is the same. But we can see on the burst end between the MG5 and the Mark 46, there is, of course, there a little bit in favor of the MG5, and especially as well on the sustain end, as the MG5, even though it has 50 rounds less with that gunner mag that we're putting in here, it has such a faster reload that on the sustain end, it doesn't suffer really for that smaller mag because it reloads so much faster. Although we do have that reload bonus going for us, of course, with ongoing directive, it doesn't really, the Mark 46 is still a slog to reload, whereas actually the MG5 kind of feels like an AR reload. If we compare both to the old version, so to say, if we went with Coyote plus Carnage, and that was the old way to go, of course, Carnage did work out, especially with its being a Nagav, which was not the top contender kind of in the MG category. I would definitely give that to the MG5, but it was high up enough that that perfect sadist that it had with 5% more, as normal sadist is just 30%, but yeah, on the perfect we gained 35 instead. We gained from, god damn it, I was wondering why this is so much lower. Yeah, apparently we're redoing that part because I forgot how to math. I was gonna say, like, these two should be head to head actually, but yeah, that's why. Yeah, we got a mistake life. Do I try to cut out the intro? Nah, we'll just redo it from the start. Because yeah, I could do I could cut out this explanation part, but let's just do it from the start. I should have noticed that percentage, actually. That percentage should have stood out, but it's fine. Yeah, let me catch up here for a second though before I jump in again. Clean screen, yeah. Do you know Tinker damage talent that's to the end of this so much run? Yeah. That's always the place where kind of GR9 was really good, was steady-handed, especially just, you know, having 200 rounds to hit 100 hits. That made for a decent weapon. Nowadays as well, it's just not enough ahead of a Bullet King as well, which is kind of an issue for it. But with steady-handed, you also get the handling. Because yeah, one of the things we're going to bring up here is the atrocious handling of Carnage. Yeah, let's redo that with one mistake less in the spreadsheet. Wait, let me actually just a quick glance. This is killer, right? This is killer plus streamline. We added talents in later because we had to. It's kind of likely where that mistake snuck in. Yeah, let's go in. As we'll come to this trio of multi-calculators that I've prepared here today. As these go over some of the concepts we'll be talking about. And the first one here will go over actually the build and kind of compare it as well, for instance, here between some of the weapons and then also against Striker, just to kind of show where it lands in the hierarchy of builds. Then we'll go over some of the talents, and then lastly as well, in a group setting, what does it mean? These multi-calculators, the spreadsheet will be linked down below, and yeah, these multi-calculators are multi-calculators of my design. Input happens down here, together with the weapon stats going here, and what we especially get out is a damage per mag, a burst DPS, and a sustained DPS, and then especially percentages to compare them against each other. And we can compare up to 10 builds. And here, for instance, we're starting out with ODs, and all of these first 6 are ODs. The SB is Striker. Here with Tinker, and then MG5 and Mark 46. As of course, those are the 2 top weapon picks, at least in my opinion. And they are especially higher on the burst end. And if we kind of compare between them, especially on the damage per mag, we see it being much in the favor of the Mark 46. As of course, that has a 150 round mag, so that, yeah, just having more rounds means that we have more damage in that mag. And especially if you run out here or there on the hollow point rounds, we will lose that full 50% from the gear set, basically. So we genuinely don't want to run out of bullets before we have killed whatever is in front of us. In a lot of places, that will not be an issue. If we're doing just activities or just the missions and just running through and just dealing with the fodder. But if we're fighting, for instance, let's say a hunter in Countdown or such, you might actually need a decent amount in there to make sure that, or we get rogues, let's say, in 4-man scaling in some of the missions, we kind of need a decent amount of magazine size to make sure that we can get by until a kill happens again, and then we get a fresh full mag. So there is a very big consideration, especially with OD, about damage per mag. And that's also kind of why I will be going between these 2 weapons a lot. Then on the burst stand, we can see that it is very much in the favor of the MG5. Overall, the MG5 is the better weapon when we consider it from a burst and also from a sustain perspective. In both of those DPSs, it is ahead. In the sustain end as well, even though it is actually a 100 round mag, it has such a faster reload than the Mark 46. And when we're saying Mark 46 again, this is either the Mark 46, the M249B, or the M249 Para. All of those are in the same type. They are the same family. Their damages and such are all exactly the same. The Mark 46 has a little bit better handling, so we'll just be using that. But yeah, on the sustain end, the reload of the Mark 46 is so bad that, yeah, it will actually not out-sustain even the 100 round mag here. And that reload on the MG5 is actually AR-like, especially here with OD. Of course, we have a 30% reload bonus, and that helps quite a bit. If we then compare it to the old version, so to say, where we went Coyote plus Carnage, of course, what Carnage has is another 5% on its Sadist, as it has perfect Sadist, whereas, of course, with these high ends, and we have to go with those high ends, we can't, of course, use the Carnage with Tinkerer because you can't use name weapons with it. Because of that, we are going with the normal versions. That Coyote version that we had, if we just go with Perfect Sadist and then Coyote basically versus Pressure Point that we have there, we see that it falls behind. And this is, of course, the team. And the reason why we really want to go with Tinkerer, there are really good weapon talents when it comes to Sadist effects, and that really shows through here. the old version with Coyote Carnage really falling behind. There's also another thing that we kind of need to discuss there is that both of these, the MG5 and the Mark 46, are actually handlers. They handle a lot better than the Negev that the Carnage is based on. That has actually been one of the big gains. While I always did use the Carnage with Coyote on the old ODs, there was definitely that first burst that you kind of put out just was going to miss, and that was just something you would accept as as just a general truth that was out there. Here with the MG5 with the Mark 46, they are much more quick to become accurate. They don't start as wide out as the Carnage does, and that also makes a big difference. It is not just in the burst and the sustain that they are much better. They're also much better in their handling, and we'll see that as well in the gameplay a little bit. Then as well, if we, because when we're talking MG5 here, I'm actually talking about the MG5 that is the base model, basically, that isn't with 3 crit chance or crit places. Basically, we have the Infantry MG5, which has 4 mods in total, 1 mag, and then 3 where we can put crit mods. We're talking here especially the MG5 that has a mag, and then 2 places where you can put crit mods. And that is because that weapon is actually better than the Infantry MG5, and we see that result here as well. If we go with that Infantry MG5, we lose not that much. It is tiny amounts, and here especially it's because actually the crit chances on the 3 mods actually works out a little bit. Here we have to waste 1 crit chance basically extra because we have to bring in a crit chance on the gear. And that's also why we could actually make a case that we can, this, because for instance, if you're doing it on strikers with Coyote, for instance, or such, you can actually lose much more. It is closer to 1%, basically. Here, though, because of how it just lines up perfectly to land on a 60.5 instead of a 61.5 that the MG5 lands on, you can actually make a case of going for the Infantry MG5. This loss is not meaningful in any way. But yeah, I'm still leaning kind of towards that MG5 as well as I did have a bunch of them at the ready as well, as they are overall generally a better weapon. Here though, actually, because of the way that it lands, it does work out a little bit with that Infantry MG5, at least here at the 60 crit chance. When we're going to the 50 crit chance, if we do have a Coyote in the team, and on this one, we would just swap 1 to crit damage. Here we would swap 2 to crit damage. It is actually a little bit over 1%. Then lastly, the GR9 of course comes up a lot in the LMG category. I generally don't prefer using the GR9. So here with the same talents on the same build, basically, it is, even if we're going the rate of fire mag, and actually if you're going the GR9, generally, unless you're doing something special with Frenzy, generally you want to go with the rate of fire mag. And yeah, because if you take the other 50 rounds on top, yes, you do get another 50 rounds on top, but that reload as well already wasn't too long. So you don't even gain really anything on the sustain end, basically, because actually that rate of fire mag, of course, here on a build as well, that doesn't have rate of fire of itself, it will actually gain the full 5% in effect. So actually, even on sustain, a GR9 with a rate of fire mod actually does one with a plus 50 mag. But especially on the burst end, yeah, if we're comparing to that MG5, dropping here already 7%, that's actually a pretty big jump. That is, almost the Coyote amount difference. And especially if we're going with that plus 50 round mag and not going with a rate of fire mag, it's even worse. If you're going to use a GR9, if you do enjoy using the GR9, do it with a rate of fire mag. And yeah, especially avoid using that plus 50 round mag. There could be a case to be made for Frenzy, but we'll double back for that one. And then especially we'll compare it here as well to Strikers. As of course, Strikers, the general meta here with Obliterate. We've actually put in 2 versions just for a little bit of comparison, just to make it easy for myself as well. For the Tinkerer variant, we've gone with Killer plus Streamline, which is one of the stronger versions of that build, basically. But of course, comes with its own downsides because we have to deal with Streamline, and Killer needs an activation. Here as well, the older version with Coyote, or well, not per se older version, with the Striker especially, I kind of, go Coyote and Tinkerer just as much now, since we have the Tinkerer, but yeah, it's kind of like a 50-50 between them. Here with just the Coyote, we are actually, for instance, just the Striker, even at full here, basically having the both talents be active as well and having the ammo, because keep in mind as well, with Tinkerer or with OD, we do need to actually still activate it. Usually that's not a big issue, but there is still usually one enemy at the start that we'll have to deal with unbonused, basically. And especially noticeable in Countdown, where, for instance, the first enemy that we meet is a hunter. So we don't have the bonuses there because we need to kill that enemy to get those bonuses going. But then a striker, of course, can just stack up. Here at full stacks, though, and with the same metrics, we are taking as well throughout all this at 20% headshot rate and 60% DTA. A striker is like 20% at the very least. And this is just with the Coyote version. Going up to that Killer plus Streamline version with Killer and Streamline active, it is 30%. And of course, on top of this, if we're going Chest Striker at full stacks, that's another like 18% on top of the Striker, which, yeah, puts it around 50% higher. OD is still a powerhouse, especially for its group component, but it is not a top damage dealer. Umbra, for instance, is much higher than it. Heartbreaker, for instance, is much higher than it. Tipping skill, when it comes in, if it comes in with the PTS2 numbers, will be much higher than it. But of course, there is other benefits here to OD. And we're gonna cut it there. How long was that one? Hopefully not too long. 10 minutes. Okay, we need to go faster through some of these other ones. But that was the big one anyway. These next ones I can do each in 5 minutes. Stack up here at full stacks. Make sure we don't have them desynced in the meantime or something. Yeah, let me catch up on chat here as well. Oh, did I miss anything? Where's my phone? So a point on Negev. I mean, that was a while ago. Then yeah, you got the handling, as you might have caught in there. Oh yeah, we saw that Elmo one, right? Yeah, but that other bestie as well, yeah. Oh yeah, that was good indeed. Good enough. Thing is, like, I'm pretty sure if I like retook it, I could make it shorter. But that's also one of the reasons actually I do it live. It's kind of a little bit of a cop-out, but also it kind of helps out. Is it kind of forces me to, unless we have really a mistake in there, like that one, like when I had I kind of cut it because of the Carnage, for instance, having that mistake. I generally just, because if you leave me alone with this, and I have done that sometimes with some of the shorts and stuff when I just record them offline, I might redo a part like a dozen times. And honestly, it doesn't really, I mean, it gets a little bit better, but it's marginal. Like likely after the third take, I actually had a good one, but then I still kind of keep going. And that's why I kind of like actually recording it on stream, because here I will go out of my way to like not redo it a dozen times, because that's just gonna get boring. But you might kind of say like, yeah, it's also like not the best quality, but it's good enough still. It meets what I want out of it. Yeah, let's go into this one. And let's then scroll down to this second one that we have here. And this is actually all of the talents that we can kind of consider here. So we have Pressure Point, and we are always, of course, going with Sadist as the main talent, because Sadist is, of course, that 30% with the bleed, and we're generally wanting to bleed everything. There is a case to be made, of course, still, though, that, yeah, not everything bleeds. For instance, mechanicals and stuff. That's just a price we'll have to pay. Especially on the second talent choice, so we could actually make a case for some of the other things because of that. Here we have it then, yeah, Sadist plus Pressure Point, And we're going to also use that as our baseline because, of course, sadist 30%, pressure point 15% to any status effect. And of course, it also being from any status effect, one of the things is that even for instance, if we're fighting mechanicals and such, and we, for instance, take an EMP in some form, either the sticky EMP or a jammer pulse, we can actually apply that to even the warhounds and such, and then get this, at least this pressure point bonus. And as long as we have hollow point rounds on top, of course, we will still mark them. And then also, well, we would in general still mark them, the status effect is on them. But then that way we can have at least pressure point active against, for instance, warhounds and mini tanks, even though that we wouldn't have, for instance, sadist active there. The other one here that we, a big one that we have, and a big choice that I like having here is Vindictive. Vindictive is a 16% crit chance, 16% crit damage on kill of a status affected enemy. So as long as they get killed by the player running Vindictive while they have a status effect, you will trigger this and fuck. This is why I should have this open. Or actually, or just refresh my memory before I go in. Because I was about to talk about its duration without remember its duration. Is it 10 or is it 15? It's 20. Okay, so yeah. But good thing I checked. Any other ones I need to check? No. I mean, Killer 70. Actually, Frenzy for its, because it's 3% per 10 rounds, right? Let's just double check, because these are just the things I need to get right, otherwise. I'm looking at ARs. We're not going to find Frenzy there. That's 3% rate of fire, 3% weapon damage for every 10 bullets in the magazine. Anything else? No. Then yeah, the utility can also be steady-handed. Yeah. Okay, let's go again. That's quite a line. No. Yeah, let's go in here. And let's go into this second multi-calculator. In here, we're especially looking at talents. Our main talents will generally be Sadist. On all of these, it's basically Sadist plus Pressure Point plus Vindictive. And we're taking the Mark 46 as our baseline here, as that is generally the way that I tend to run it. Now, of course, with these talents, and some of the talents do actually get affected by our choice of weaponry, we've already looked actually on Tinkerer, on a very recent Tinkerer video. I went into, for instance, as well, having the MG5 numbers compared. So if you're interested in that, go watch the Tinkerer on Miscellaneous, as that did include OD there as well. But here we'll be sticking to the Mark 46 and just kind of looking in general at some of the talent picks we can go with. So if we go Sadist plus Pressure Point, of course, we're taking that 30% of Sadist is always there. Here we're getting on top of that a 15% to status affected enemies. Pressure Point then as well is actually just any status effect. So if the enemy is foamed, if they're disrupted, a Pressure Point will be active. This is also kind of nice to take as well with, for instance, having a Jammer Pulse if we're doing Black Dusk things, because normally one of the things is, for instance, when fighting Black Dusk, which have mini tanks and warhounds which don't bleed, and of course from all factions, turrets and such don't bleed. But if we have a Jammer Pulse, we can at least activate Pressure Point against those, because Pressure Point is from any status effect, and because of that we will have that at least be active, even though they won't bleed and we won't have our Sadist up against them. We still have our Hollow Point rounds as long as we have them, and of course as well, if we disrupt them, then as well, we can actually mark them, turn that status effect into a mark, basically, so that when they die, we also get some hollow point going around. The next one that is a pretty interesting one to go with as well is Vindictive. And Vindictive is, of course, 16% crit chance and 16% crit damage on a status effect kill. It needs to be the player running Vindictive to make the kill. So you do need, for instance, for instance, in a group setting, we won't get every kill being Vindictive because, we're competing for the kills in a group setting. But running a full red build, as we're doing there, that has decent amounts of damage, we are going to get plenty of kills. And of course, as long as we're in the team and doing our job right, especially against, if we're not fighting Black Dusk with their mechanicals, Basically, every enemy is going to have status effect on them. It's much more so if we get the kill shot on them. But of course, we can, for instance, go for a red that's kind of on the side and nobody's noticing and kill them. And then, of course, as well, this has a group component to it. Anybody within range of us will actually get this bonus as well. And it lasts for 20 seconds, which is pretty long. Here I have the option to actually trigger Vindictive on and off. If we look at it and compare it against Pressure Point, because Pressure Point will take it as our base, basically. It is a very consistent bonuses most of the fight that we'll be in, and especially kind of analyzing some gameplay and such. As long as we're, again, not fighting mechanicals, there's a really good uptime on Sadist plus Pressure Point, and that's also why it'll be our base amount, basically, to compare against. With Vindictive, especially, if we are actually with these metrics as well, because it is, of course, going into crit damage, so the headshot rate matters. Here I'm putting it at a general 20%, 1 in 5 shots being a headshot. That does make it a little bit better for the crit, but then actually what we see here is, of course, the Vindictive is actually not reaching all the way up to the point of that pressure point, but, and then here as well, setting it up at 44 crit chance as we did on that build picture, so we are actually imbalanced when we aren't with Vindictive on. If we actually disable Vindictive here, so with this toggle I can turn it on and off, what we see is if we compare it versus especially this utility one, which would be just not taking a damage talent, but for instance if we took steady-handed or fast hands or things like that, although fast hands does of course apply to our sustain, that's why we have it separately out here, but if we just take a non-damage talent or the damage talent, the other damage talent isn't active, for instance, like with Vindictive, we can see actually that amount is actually higher than the amounts we have for Vindictive here by itself. So Vindictive actually, just because we're setting it up in a kind of unbalanced state, if we're going Sadist plus no talents, basically, we are actually still ahead of that. But then, of course, when Vindictive comes in, it can, if we're setting it up on that 44, and it wasn't too big of a difference there, of course, versus just it being off. But if we're setting it up at this 44, it can actually get pretty close to that pressure point. Plus, of course, giving us that group components. We wouldn't want to run this solo, of course. Pressure point is just going to be so much more consistent of a thing to do, for instance, solo. But that Vindictive in a group setting, even to other strikers, even if the crit chance is kind of going to waste, maybe there's coyotes around and stuff, and it's just not really being utilized, just that 16% crit damage is 3-4% damage extra for them. Then here as well, one of the options we have, especially for instance, if we are going solo, is Killer. If we're getting all of the kills, we're going to have a pretty high activation rate on Killer. And Killer, of course, being 70 crit damage is actually bigger than that 15%. Generally as well, Killer will be around 15 to 20%, depending on the build. Here, it's closer to 20% because of the crits being a little bit lower than most builds, than, for instance, let's say a Negotiator or something. And because of that, it does actually, it will outdo whenever it is active versus the pressure point. But of course, that pressure point is very consistent as long as we are bleeding enemies. The Killer would, again, as well be actually, when it's active, it's basically that number. And then when it's inactive, it's this utility number. So for the very first kill, at the very least, we are losing a decent amount when we're comparing to that pressure point. But then once Killer comes in, it is actually 5% ahead. Definitely a pick that you can go with solo. I wouldn't do it per se in groups. I would just go for the consistency of pressure point at that point. Then we have here measured as well. And just to show kind of that measured is not really a pick for here. If we're going this number, I would much rather have just pressure point there. The only case as well to be made for measured, and actually as well, but then in that case I would likely lean more towards Killer as well, is that if we are dealing with enemies that are not status affected, for instance, for some reason, mechanicals, but then also we have the diminishing returns sometimes applying to especially longer fights. If we're applying several bleeds in a row to an enemy, they will eventually be immune to it. At least measured, then it's still active. Same for Killer as well, that will still activate. And for instance, if we are fighting solo against, let's say, Black Tusk, we will at least activate the Killer. And even though, for instance, Pressure Point and Sadist would not be active against the Warhounds, at least that Killer would be there. So there's a case like that to be made for this, but measured overall, I would feel is too low to be used there. Then we have one of the big boys in the LMG category, and that is Frenzy. And Frenzy, especially using it as a secondary, works out really well. There's actually a good reason for the recent popularity increase in frenzy usage, and that is in the past, if we're going with Coyote and we're putting frenzy there, we are of course competing killer versus frenzy, and then for instance, or as if we're kind of talking, or sadist versus frenzy in this case, but if we're just talking in general builds, striker builds and such. That killer was around 20%. Whenever frenzy wasn't active, we would be on 0. But then when frenzy was active, it's of course way higher. But that competing with a 20% buff, that would be much more consistent, was kind of hard thing for it to do. Now, what we're competing against is especially Coyote or other exotic bonuses or a brand bonus. And those generally don't exceed 10%. So we can still have killer. And basically, even if we're dropping the Coyote, now killer is still 10% above the amount. And then, for instance, sadist is 20% above that amount. And then when frenzy comes in, it is now competing with what the old Coyote talent would be. And because of that, it's much bigger. So we're giving up less. We're kind of, because we can just have it compete up against an gear talent versus a weapon talent with Tinkerer, that's actually the big gain there. And that's why it has gained a lot of popularity. And we see that here as well, especially the Mark 46 would be my pick to go with if we're going with Frenzy. One of the reasons is especially as we have here on the side, we have the firing time for each of these. Now, of course, for most of these, it's the same with the Mark 46. With measured, we are firing a little bit faster overall. Because of that, it's a little bit shorter, but especially once we have Frenzy going. And Frenzy, of course, we're getting 3% rate of fire, 3% weapon damage per 10 rounds in the magazine. So we're getting 15 stacks of that. That rate of fire increase is pretty hefty, as we see here once Frenzy is active. Now, of course, we need to unload the whole mag, but there's also some trickery we can do there, and we'll show that in a little bit. Once we get going with Frenzy, we're firing for 6.6 seconds here, a little bit under 7. Then we would reload for a further 3 and a little bit seconds, and then we would get the next Frenzy, of course, at the end of the magazine. One of the things with Frenzy is as long it needs to actually fully dissipate before you can get a new one. One of the things with, for instance, an MG5 or such is that the firing time plus reload is actually shorter than 9 seconds. So you will fire the first mag in Frenzy, reload, but then still be in that first Frenzy. It doesn't refresh the amount. So you basically still have like 2 seconds worth of Frenzy going. You just fire half of the mag kind of in Frenzy, and now you have to fire the rest of the mag without Frenzy. With MG5, if you hold the button down, basically, you will just be continuously in Frenzy. But also you have basically 2 to 3 seconds, 2 seconds to kind of 2.5 seconds to play with, where you can actually stop firing, reacquire a target, start firing again, and then still be in Frenzy, because as long as your firing times is underneath that 9 seconds, you can actually get the full Frenzy. But this way, it works out really well, because we can either hold the button down if we have a really big enemy in front of us, or multiple big enemies, or we can actually kind of stop firing a little bit and still be have basically perfect uptime on Frenzy once we get it going. And we'll sort of show that as well in gameplay, what that means. But Frenzy, of course, together with Sadie, is one of the big picks we can do here, but it comes with its own downside. We really have to change our playstyle for it. Here, again, then as well, with utility. So if you're just taking a non-damage element, let's say Preservation, or for instance as well, taking Steady-Handed. Steady-Handed is a really good pick as well for LMGs, where, as well, here with 150 rounds, we would need to hit 100 to get our ammo back. It can be a really good ammo conservation tool, although OD doesn't per se need that because it has its own way of ammo conserving. And it is actually, good ways to go with it. Then we also have it with fast hands, just helping our reload be so much faster. The thing is though that I would generally lean, and even though for instance here we see with the fast hands that are especially our sustain end is actually way higher. We don't see that. Oh, fuck. Wait, that can't be right. Wait, what happened? God damn it. Something broke here. Because these two should be the same burst. Oh, god damn it. This is the frenzy calculation in it for some reason. I guess I copied it from there. Yeah, let's because I don't want to redo that whole segment. Because I was looking at those burst numbers. Yeah, let's redo that whole segment. Because also actually the other thing I want, I didn't remember the range on vindictive. 15 meters. Yeah, let's do that. I can do that faster. And also that mistake would have been, like if I cut it together, that mistake was there the whole time. Because I was going to say, the thing here should not be, like, fast hands would make up for the sustained DPS hand, but not on the burst DPS hand. Yeah, let's just redo that. Let's just save it. Could try to cut it together, but that's going to get messier. Also, I can go faster. Yeah, let's take it from the tap. And also go faster. Gotta go fast. Let's Sonic this. Catch up here actually before I go ahead. Any corrections? Yeah, nah. I'm just gonna read it. Also, I want to go faster than I did there because that was already a 10-minute segment. I can't have the calculation parts be way too long. Also, yeah, I'm just getting rambly. I can go faster than this and just be more concise. As we'll come to this second multi-calculator, we'll be looking into talents. Now, for the main talent here, we'll be, of course, going with the Mark 46, actually, and then the Tinkerer, and then the main talent will be Sadist the whole time, because Sadist is by itself the biggest one, and of course, we're on the build, basically, that makes Sadist work. On OD, we're getting bleed bullets all the time. Now, of course, bleed, not everything bleeds. There are mechanicals and such, but overall, we would want to have an close to perfect uptime for Sadist anyway. And then we're pairing it here with a smorgasbord of different talents. Let's start off with one of the obvious one, Pressure Point. Pressure Point is a 15% to any status affected enemy, and then any status effect basically. So if they're foamed or jammed or anything like that, that will also work. And the bleed, of course, by itself works as well. Pressure Point is also nice because we can kind of use it, for instance, when we are dealing damage to mechanicals, where of course they won't bleed, warhounds, mini tanks. We can at least, if we run a jammer pulse or somebody else in the team runs a jammer pulse, if they are disrupted, Pressure Point at least comes in. Our hollow points are still there. We will lose Sadist against them because they still won't bleed, but then we can at least have Pressure Point going against them. And that is also why it's the baseline that we'll kind of be comparing everything against. This is our 100% point. And because it is a very consistent talent, especially if we're fighting the right factions. If we have a good uptime on Sadist, we'll have a good uptime on Pressure Point alongside of it. And then Pressure Point is just 15% on top of everything. If we then go to Vindictive, which is a 16% crit chance, 16% crit damage, if we get a kill on a status affected enemy, and it does need to be the player running Vindictive, in this case the OD preferably. If they are running Vindictive, they will trigger that on kill. It is also group wide for anybody within 15 meters, and it lasts 20 seconds, which is actually pretty long. If we look at Vindictive here activated, basically, once it is active, and we can set up our build as we saw, either with, especially with that 44 crit chance, where we saw that in that second layout, I would actually go that way for Vindictive. We can also set it up, for instance, with 50%, as we have it here, but especially if we leave a large enough gap, especially on the crit chance side, Vindictive, when it is active, it is pretty close here to Pressure Points with the metrics that we always kind of go with here, with 20% headshot rate and then also 60% DTA, although here especially that 20% headshot rate affects it a little bit because the balance between headshot and crit, of course, they are in the same pool. So actually, if we set this to 100% headshot rate, we see that that number for Vindictive drop down. If we put it to 0, we see actually that the Vindictive can even exceed it. But we'll just keep it as comparison's sake at this 20%. But then, of course, there's also a group component to this, and that's the very nice thing about Vindictive. If we trigger it for an entire team, even if the team isn't per se set up to take advantage of the crit chance side of this, if they just take the crit damage side of it, getting 16% crit damage from us is actually a decent buff on top of everything else. And in gameplay, we'll try to show kind of how that will work out. It is kind of situational. If you're kind of doing countdowns where everybody's much more spread out, it can be, you know, not as effective, but especially, for instance, doing missions and stuff where everybody's kind of bunched together most of the time anyway. Yeah, this is the way to go in a group setting. And then especially kind of setting up at that 44 crit chance for that Vindictive. Because yeah, when we actually deactivate Vindictive, we see, and if we compare this now as well within against this utility, which would be basically not a damage talent, so if we're going steady-handed, preservation, or just any talent that isn't per se active at the time. So for instance, this is also when, if we were running Killer alongside of it, Killer, if it's inactive, it's basically that utility number. But we can see here, especially with the 44 Vindictive that we have here set up for that Vindictive, if Vindictive isn't active, it is actually below that utility number, meaning that because of our crit chance, crit damage not being balanced well, before we activate Vindictive, we are actually losing at a little over 3% here of our damage in comparison to being balanced. But of course, we're doing it for a purpose. We're leaving a bigger gap for Vindictive to come in. But that's kind of the way that I do feel going about it, because yeah, we do lose 3% basically when Vindictive isn't active, but especially when Vindictive is active, even going from that 50% crit chance to that 44, we gain a little bit more out of it. And especially, of course, if we just had 60% crit chance, we're actually not gaining that much ourselves from there, especially when compared to things like Pressure Point. Then Killer. Killer is always a good choice. Here we are on a build that can be pretty high crit chance. We can kill. We can consistently kill. We are a full red build in most of the cases that we'll be showing today. And because of that, it is a really good pick to go with. Now, of course, when it's inactive, it would be that utility number. But when it is active, it is actually, of course, ahead of the Pressure Point because it is a bigger bonus overall. The thing with Killer, and then as well with Measured in a second that we'll see, is that this as well is actually not contingent on the status effect part of it, of course. If we're fighting, for instance, mini-tanks and such, and we don't have a Jammer Pulse going or something, yeah, that Pressure Point and that status would not be active. Here, at least, we could activate Killer, maybe on something else, and then shoot the Warhound, and at least Killer would be active. So there's a case to be made like that for Killer and Measured both. But Measured in this case is actually way too low. I would just go for the consistency from Pressure Point. Even though Measured would be more consistent than it, it is actually a little bit too much of a loss because it generally measured 11 to 12%-ish for builds like this. And we see that here as well. The 15% of that Pressure Point is actually beating it out pretty consistently here. Then the big boy in the LMG category, Frenzy. Frenzy, of course, a really big, powerful talent. And here, especially with Tinkerer, where we aren't, because if we're, for instance, in the past, that's one of the reasons we, for instance, with LMGs on OD, where we could pick to go Frenzy with Coyote. The first thing was we had Carnage. That was already a pretty big buff. Here, of course, with Tinkerer, we can't go with named weapons. So, for instance, Frenzy becomes an option. But then also Frenzy versus Sadist. Sadist would be a very consistent 30% all the time. Frenzy would only come in when it is active. A much bigger bonus, but much less consistent. But now with the Tinkerer, we can have it alongside of Sadist or alongside of other talents. And that's actually the big gain, of course. We can kind of have, and I've called this oftentimes kind of hedging our bets. We still have our Sadist, but then here Frenzy, we're just giving up basically the Coyote buff, which was 10%. And then once in a while, we get this basically 50% increase from Frenzy on top. Even more so than 50% here on the Mark 46. The Mark 46 would be also my way to go if we're going for Frenzy. Here on the side, we have the firing times, and especially what we see is Frenzy is a 9-second firing time, and it is not self-refreshing. So as long as we basically a firing time plus a reload is in the margin of being just a little bit over 9 seconds, that would be the thing that we would want. And we have that exact thing here. We have a 6.6 second kind of firing time. Then we have a 3.2 second reload. And that means because Frenzy isn't self-refreshing, if you're going with MG5, you will basically be firing for around 3 to 4 seconds. Then you have a 2-second reload. So you're basically doing 5 seconds. That means you basically have the Frenzy, because that Frenzy will not refresh every time. You have to have completely used it up before you can get a fresh one. And that's kind of annoying about Frenzy, but that's the reality of it. Here, though, this lands up pretty well, where we're firing for 6 seconds, reloading for a little bit over 6 seconds, reloading for a little bit over 3 seconds, meaning that if we just hold the button down for the entirety, once we are in frenzy, for the entirety of the rest of it, we can be in frenzy. And in play, we can actually affect that and kind of be smart about it and try to make that happen. And that's actually one of the better ways to go about with frenzy. And I feel the Mark 46 especially lines up really well with frenzy nowadays. Then here also we have utility. So also one of the picks we can go with is steady-handed in the LMG category. It is actually a really good pick. The handling of it is really, really nice. And then also together with that, we get the reload from it. Now, the thing is, the reload of it is actually very useful to non-OD builds. But once we have OD, we basically have infinite ammo reserves. And we'll show that in gameplay. Just by the effects of the hollow point rounds, we basically have infinite ammo reserves. So that part of steady-handed that we sometimes would use to just bypass, for instance, things like ammo hoarders, the reduced ammo directive. We don't per se need a steady hand for that, but it's still one of the ways to go with it. The thing is, though, that especially compared to some of the damage talents, because we have such good talents, such consistent good talents, and for instance, pressure point, it is actually a big ask to lose those. Here's what we have: fast hands by itself, and fast hands, while on the sustain end, it can make up for it. On the burst end, we lose quite a bit. And of course, as well, this set already has 30% reload on it, so we are eating already, like, especially things like handling and reload and skill haste, for instance, and stuff, have actually very hefty diminishing returns. So actually the first few points you get into it are really impactful. The more and more and more and more you stack into it, the less that is. And here, of course, we already have to have 10 from the watch, 30 from the gear set. Adding the 90 on top from fast hand actually doesn't really make up for it. And we can see that actually it doesn't really surpass even on the sustain end that well. But of course, fast hand still has also a benefit in, for instance, just not being disabled for as long. Here as well, we can't really swap to our secondary. And if we swap to our pistol as well, where with the Coyote, we at least had the Coyote buff still going there, we lose basically all the buffs from Tinkerer. So we're losing basically a complete slot when we're going to a secondary or to a pistol. And not being, in a position where, you have a really long reload, but you have an enemy you have to deal with, it's kind of nice with fast hands, and that's a case to be made there for it. Lastly, I want to just point out actually the bleed from OD. Here we have it adding in a bleed, and here we can pick how many enemies we have on there. And what this is doing is we're taking this pressure point number, pulling it down here, and adding in 1 bleed on top, or at least the amount that we enter here. If we add a 1 bleed on top, that is basically a negligible amount of extra damage, because we're bleeding for around 32-ish K. I'm going to actually go into the cell and look. We're bleeding for 34.2, so 34K. That is twice a second, of course, so we're bleeding for just under 70K per second on each enemy. But even if we bleed, let's say 5 enemies, that's still just 3% increase in our DPS. That's why we say that the bleed is not that impactful. We still want to spread the bleed around and especially mark enemies, but we're not considering it really on the damage end. And that's especially this. It is kind of tiny, and in the grand scheme of things, when we are hitting for, weapon damage wise for 300K at like 850 RPM, we are not really making a big difference with that bleed. Let's go to this last one here. I don't think that was that much faster actually, but it's fine. No, that wasn't faster actually. That was 11 minutes. But that's also a big one. This one at least is a little bit fast. Because how long is it already? Because that is a consideration. We're already on 46 minutes. Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, let's quickly do the last one. That's better. Yeah, that one went well better. I mean, that's also the one we'll keep as well. Like, I'm not gonna redo it there. Thing is also kind of, I'm realizing that packed ones like this, it just takes like, these are always like 10 minutes to go through. We should just do less calculation. But on the other hand as well, I feel this is all important stuff to know. That's also why I timestamp everything. There are people that just want to see the gameplay, and they'll just jump to the gameplay. And there's just people that just want this as well, and they'll just jump to this. Yeah, last one. And on this one, we are actually looking at a group concept. Of course, when we're looking at OD, a very important group component to its buff, where we're adding 20% to allies. Now, here what we basically have calculation-wise is both the Tinkerer version that we had with the Mark 46, with Sadist plus Pressure Point and Sadist plus Vindictive at 44. And what we have alongside of it here is actually that Tinkerer Killer plus Streamline version that we had of Strikers. Here we're adding in actually the bonuses, first without any bonus, where they have basically the base amount of the striker. And then on top of that, adding 20% from OD rounds. Now, the thing to remember, though, is that the OD rounds here, for instance, we're looking at these being with the Mark 46 as well. That was the case as well upstairs. We're looking at them with the same weapon. Now, of course, most of the times, strikers will be running mostly ARs, for instance. They would just have 50 rounds base. They would get 25 rounds of hollow point rounds. So they don't have as good of an uptime on it as the OD player does. But of course, for instance, if we're kind of coordinating the team a little bit more, we could go, hey, everybody jump on LMGs. And this is actually a thing that you can kind of do as well. If you're playing alongside of an OD, kind of consider going LMGs. Because yeah, we're getting, if we're not the OD player, if we're alongside of the OD, whenever the marked enemies die, we gain half of a mag. Getting half of a mag of a 50 round AR, that's 25 rounds. That's, you know, that's gone in seconds. 75 rounds instead, if we have a 150 round mag from an LMG, yeah, that is, of course, that's going to stay a little bit longer. We have 3 times as much for every kill. And that can be actually a consideration to make if you're playing alongside of an OD player. But that's kind of going into the weeds here. But here, for instance, yeah, we're taking basically Striker, normal, Striker plus the OD buff, and then Striker plus OD buff and Vindictive on top. Now, actually, in their cases with the Vindictive on top, actually, the thing we don't have here is that we don't have the Strikers actually set up to have a gap in their crit chance. They're just taking the crit damage bonuses. So that's the 3 variations that we have here. And yeah, they're going into first OD, then OD plus Vindictive, and then just the base amount. And the reason we're preparing all these is actually to merge them together. So if we take an OD in the team, and basically what we have here is 3 different variations, taking one OD, and then the rest is all Strikers. And why we say the rest is because we can change the group size. So if I have one OD, and then either 3 or 7 Strikers, and then one OD in the Vindictive layout, giving also the Vindictive buff to everybody, which also in an 8-man team would generally not happen, especially in countdown and stuff. Everybody's way too spread around. This one is very much theoretical, much more so than the rest of this, which was already very theoretical. But here, kind of just to illustrate kind of the numbers that we could reach. And then the last one that we have here, and this is especially what we're comparing, is then to a group of all Strikers. So basically, if we take an OD versus taking all Strikers, do we gain, do we lose? And kind of with perfect uptime considered for the OD, but actually, yeah, if the Strikers are running LMGs, that actually does happen pretty consistently, especially going through missions and such. In a 4-man team, we can see actually that if we consider perfect uptime, and again, this is also the reality is that actually this won't work out this way, but just here to just kind of show the base argument is that even in a 4-man team, so here we have a 4-man team, so it is 1 OD plus 3 Strikers for those, and then 4 Strikers here. Actually, with the OD buffs up, the team as a whole is doing better with 1 OD in there, because of course the ODs are much smaller when it comes to their base damages, but they're buffing the Strikers than just running 4 Strikers. One of the things here is as well is there is of course always discrepancy in, you know, how good of a players are. For instance, if I am in a very strong team, I might actually consider going OD just to buff even the stronger players than me. If I'm, for instance, in a team with, let's say, a Toasty or somebody like that is just a level above, yeah, buffing them will actually get better result than just both of us being Striker, because they will make good use of the buffs that I'm providing for them. So that is actually a consideration if you're kind of, you know, somebody that you kind of know is a little bit, you know, weaker in the team maybe. They might consider going OD, buffing the team a little bit more, and buffing the stronger players in the team. This is, of course, yeah, a little bit of a consideration to have when you're coordinating together. But especially the thing is when we push this to 8 players, and that's also kind of the home for me for OD quite a lot, even though in the open world and such, especially because of directives, it is also very much the home for OD. But Countdown, not so much the raids and such, where we also have 8 players. And that's mostly because there is actually the considerations of not everything bleeding. Razorback doesn't bleed, Buddy Lucy doesn't bleed. A bunch of the raid bosses don't really take status effects, neither do any of the, for instance, as well, some of the incursions and stuff. That's why we don't take them into there. But in Countdown, where most of the things do bleed, and it can be very effective to have this as a team buff running around, we can see that there is actually, if we kind of consider it as perfect uptimes for the OD, yeah, and we can actually kind of make that happen a little bit. It is actually a pretty hefty bonus to have 1 OD in there. Now, of course, again, perfect situations in reality, this will be heavily diminished just because not perfect uptime on the OD rounds, but just kind of to illustrate, especially in an 8-man team, yeah, and 1 OD in there really does make a big difference because it is 1 player now just buffing 7 others, including themselves. But of course, even with the buffs, an OD is smaller than a striker. So yeah, let's actually go reintroduce ourselves to some of the builds and take them into some gameplay. How long was that? I feel like caveated that one a little bit too much. 6. Okay, that's good. Okay. You know what? I'm just gonna go finish this mission because I'm still at here. Let's actually just go finish this mission just because I want the completion reward.
Find a way to the shore and make sure that boat doesn't get away.
It's funny there, actually, if you really consider what happened there, in the game sense, I fought this boss, and then there was that explosion, and then he goes like, "What was that?" And then he lost comms with me for like an hour, and now suddenly he's just like, "If she gets away on that boat," it's just like, "Man, you didn't miss me? Really? I was gone for a while. You weren't worried?" Yeah. It would actually be funny if, like, if you were AFK or like there was between comms like 15 minutes or more or something, that it would go like, "We lost comms with you there. Everything okay, agent?" I feel I would hear that message quite a lot. Not going that way, apparently.
Vital signs critical.
I went back to frenzy, didn't I? I'm health gated, so I'm gonna die here, but it's fine.
Get back!
You just use the boss fight as a gameplay segment. Nah, well, nah.
What's going on with that boat?
Hasn't launched yet. Looks like they're in the process of fueling it.
Yeah, let me actually catch up on
There
chat
are
as well.
big tanks on either side of the boat.
Those tanks are a primary target. What about Emily?
Rifle build and I
Already
get
aboard the
the
boat.
buff.
Assuming that was her.
Buff. Shot buff. Yeah. I mean, yeah, it's a 20% increase. And also, well, once you have the hollow points, it's a 50% increase with the boot chest. Yeah, the sheriff had to go. Said it wasn't safe here. In the retaliation game mode is the named zone which retaliates random. It does look like that, yeah. That's also why for that mode I would love to have an targeted loot system like Countdown, or like for them to copy that system basically. Because yeah, it is I was thinking, because we had it a few times, that they were especially retaliating against zones that you have at least a control point captured in. Because also that kind of makes sense, right? But then I had it like twice not happen that way. Because it happened that way a few times to the degree that I was like, oh, you know, we can kind of manipulate it that way, and then 2 times it didn't. Let's frenzy it up. Prove that their sacrifice did not have veins. Wait, what? Anyway, we're dressed like an outcast, murdering outcasts. Come out, come out.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
Without their leader and their stronghold, the outcasts are going to be much less of a problem than before. You know, what happened to them was horrific. And what they did was even worse. I just hope they're finally at peace.
Do it. Do it. See? Self-defense. Oh. Oh, this was the daily project. Anyway, we were just using that one room as an intro, but yeah, might as well grab the completion while we're here. Well, let's go grab the 2 on the pier as well. And then yeah, let's start recording some gameplay. First thing, I'm just gonna go do a solo thing with it, and especially with 5 directors. Also, take it back to base for a second and grab graded weapons.
I've marked it on your map.
That's a name. And yeah, there's Shepherd too. They're a shepherd of big anime titties. Yeah. Let's actually put this too. And then yeah, let's make it this wicked version. Start off with.
Agent, good to be seeing you.
Actually, I'm gonna grab graded. Ooh. I only have a 10. How many of these do I have? How much is it for 25? It's like 70 or something, right? Yeah. I want some attention. I feel I should take that one to 25. Oh, wait, this is I was gonna say something. I thought I had better one than that. This is Sleipnir. Not MG5. Oh. Yeah, there we go. Let's have a great 21. Do I want to take this 25? Nah, not for now. Oh man, yeah, let's Oh yeah, first content thing, I'm just gonna go do some solo. I actually decided, well, I think I'm bounty and something else maybe. Actually, let's say it the other way around. Let's make sure everything's set up correctly. Chance. Chance. Yep. Yeah. Yeah, let's take this back to here. It's not have the on-screen chat. Yeah, let's reintroduce this and then we'll take it into some gameplay. Yeah. That was my last sentence here. Let's actually go reintroduce ourselves to some of the builds and take them into some gameplay. Okay. And let's start here by going with actually the Wicked Backpack talent, as we'll take it into some solo play. So here I've kind of set it up the way I would take it if I was going to take it solo. And that is especially Wicked instead of Vigilance, because Vigilance, if we get hit, we do lose that buff. And especially solo, everything's going to be shooting at me, kind of. So Wicked is actually a really good pick there. And 18% instead of 25%. We do lose a little bit of damage there, but the consistency here is really nice. It is, of course, for 20 seconds, but we'll be reapplying status effects quite often, and this is one that does refresh constantly, so we'll basically have perfect uptime on it once we have our bleed rounds going. Here as well, we'll be going actually with Sadist plus Killer, and actually in solo play, as I kind of showed in the numbers there, either going Pressure Point or Killer is actually really good picks. I'm going to go Killer here just to showcase that a little bit. On Killer, we're going to trigger it quite consistently, and then also, of course, it will apply even if we, for instance, don't bleed the enemy. And we'll be taking Gunner as for that extra mag size here. We're not, for instance, going with Frenzy, where I said that like the Mark 46 is a much better pick. Here, especially as well with solo scaling, I'm not expecting too many issues with keeping it going with just 100 rounds here. And as we saw, the MG5 does actually have a lot better damage, and also that reload is actually beneficial to us. Handling-wise, these two are actually pretty close to each other, so there's not much to say between there. Here's well, actually, so I'll be using later on some graded weapons, but actually just to start off and just to kind of showcase it without, because of course not everybody has access to grade 25 or 30. We'll start without. I still have, of course, the full watch points, and yeah, they do make a difference, but here we'll go without those. And of course, yeah, we do want to have it be 2 LMGs here. Well, of note as well, one of the things you can do, and one of the silly things I've done a few times, is actually take a purple LMG as the secondary. And yeah, that can make, I'm just going to, you know what, let's actually just do that. Why am I talking about it and not doing it, right? Let's retake that and we'll do it with that. Yeah. Where is LMG? Oh, at the top, of course. Yeah, give me LMG. Yeah. Combination wise, wait, so if we're doing this, well, let's mod it up as well. So this would be saves. This can go back to, well, actually this can go back to Sadist, and then later on we'll put Frenzy on the other one. Am I blind? Oh, that's Sadist already. That, yeah. Yeah, let's do it this and this. Okay, let's retake that. Okay. And let's start that by taking the Wicked variant that we kind of saw. So here on the backpack talent, we can of course go with Vigilance and Wicked, as we can discuss, together with a bunch of other ones, but especially Wicked and Vigilance are my go-tos. Here we're going to take it into some solo play to start off with, and here we're going to take it with Wicked, because yeah, Vigilance, whenever we get hit, we lose that 25%, even though it's a bigger number than this 18%, both are total weapon damage. Here, Wicked, whenever we apply a status effect, it will be activated for 20 seconds. We're going to do that continuously. This also refreshes each and every time, so we'll have pretty good uptime on this 18% versus taking that 25% that we'll lose here and there. But in the future, we'll come back to going Vigilance, especially in a group setting, and I'll try to keep my Vigilance up. We are, of course, going with that Tinkerer, 2 LMGs here as well, going for solo play. Sadist, of course, always there. I'm going to actually pair that with Killer here, as we saw on the damage numbers there. Once Killer is activated, it's pretty good. The consistency of pressure points is definitely one to consider as well, but here we'll start with Killer. We're going to go Gunner as well for that extra mag size, as we're also going to go with the MG5 here, starting out with the main weapon. If I am solo, this 100 rounds is kind of fine for solo scaling for most things. Now, of course, some things are still very, you know, a little bit chunky, but solo even, but not on just solo heroic that we'll be going into. One thing as well, of course, not everybody kind of has access to highly graded weapons. So for instance, you have a 25 and a 30. Starting out, we're actually not going to go with a 25. We'll just go back to a 0. Just to kind of show this build at its base, although of course I still have the full watch points. That does make a difference as well. Also, to kind of show one of the quirks for Tinker, you can actually make the secondary weapon, which we just don't want to use at all anyway. I've been going with some purples here and there, as yeah, I do have some purples for my purple builds. Seeing as we're not going to use the weapon, it doesn't per se matter as long as it has the right talent for us. And this one does. So yeah, we'll just stack it together with a purple and yeah, give some people that inspect this a little bit of a chuckle. Yeah, let's go take this against some solo content. There we go. Let's make sure that goes into the pile there. Oh, it's already 11. Yeah. Think control points plus plus a bounty. Mabi. Maba. Mabibi. Bounty, actually, good point. Do I have any? Yeah. Look at that one from the daily. I've been going around, and actually most of my characters are mostly cleared on bounties, actually. On especially New York and Brooklyn is completely empty, and then most of my characters are kind of at this point where I just have some bounties in the like West End, Downtown West, and a few in Southwest. Because those are cheesable areas. But yeah, we can just grab one of those. But then we go Brooklyn. I feel we go Brooklyn, right? Although Brooklyn, no, this character has 2 Brooklyn ones. I think I don't need to reset. So Brooklyn with the turrets, kind of. Yeah, for the solo we should go Brooklyn, right? Yeah. Show Brooklyn alone. There's also like the first build showcase since Brooklyn came out. But then maybe we go a public execution, grab the bounty, and go do a bounty.
Safe area entered.
If there is one. Because actually I just clean out these. You have dailies here, man. Yeah, let's go do that. Let's just go do a hostage rescue and lead that into a public. Or into a bounty. Let me catch up here first again if I missed anything. Purple Lexington deepening. Yeah, no, that's a LVOC. I wouldn't mind the purple Lexington, but yeah, no, that's a LVOC for the skill build version, basically. Yeah, let me get more if I missed something else. Days of Paradise, yeah. It's me. Yeah, let's I'm gonna get close to there and then start recording. Just also, because I always notice this if it's in my corner there. It's gonna not have doing DOA the whole time in that corner. And then yeah, after this, actually, if people are interested in, once I'm done with this solo segment, because yeah, do want to go do a mission, but I kind of want to do it in a group because I don't want to match make, mostly because I don't want the modifier on. Oh, actually, speaking of which, this will despawn when I fast travel away, right? But we can go for that. Actually, yeah, public is even better. Let's yeah. I actually remembered there suddenly. Because I don't want the modifier on because yeah, next week is different modifier. So when people see this like months in the future, I'm actually not gonna generate ammo on this guy yet. Because I wanna not have special ammo starting out. I want to show how to get it. Yeah. Where am I from? I'm originally from Iran, but that's a long time ago. I live in the Netherlands. I'm basically a Dutchie at this point. And let's take it to sunny Brooklyn, sunny fall in Brooklyn, where we'll take it up against some of these enemies here. We'll come actually to a very recognizable area where they're having a public execution. So yeah, let's go publicly execute these people. I'm going to actually open up with just a foam grenade and miss very, very embarrassingly and try again. And of course, that was enough for me there to get my special ammo going, because I didn't have any going at the start, but now we do. Any state of effect that happens, including, for instance, those rushers that got set alight by their own ally there, they would count. Same as well, actually just shooting the pouches and such, for instance, on hyenas, if they are from that. And of course, nowadays, it doesn't per se really matter that much to get on, once we kind of have got ongoing going, it's kind of ongoing. And because of that, yeah, we can actually very easily mark enemies continuously, and it's now that mark that matters. And that was a very big change to OD. They're spawning in over there. I'm actually going to charge up my Banshee. Gonna try to catch as many of them, disorient all of them, CC them here. I don't need it per se anymore to get my ongoing bullets. I have them. But what I do need them, what I can use it for, of course, is just to debilitate my enemies here and make sure that I don't easily get murdered. And then, yeah, here we'll deal with this public execution. And by the look of things, another patrol actually coming in on the minimap. And we'll grab up our bounty here. And yeah, that's the kind of thing with OD. You just have to kind of get it started. Once we have it started, it is actually very continuous, and we'll have a pretty easy time keeping it up, especially once we also share it to allies, of course. I'm going to pick up this bounty and clear out this patrol that came in here to get in our way with the precinct here. And then we'll go and actually do this bounty. And I'm going to cut it there. Kill these guys. And then actually turn on 5 directives, because that was the thing I want. Oh, these are from the territory control. Okay. Let's actually fast travel away. That's 3 strings. Yep. Oh, you mean in group setting? Well, no, yeah, whatever you want to run. But yeah, just some damage is nice. But yeah, we'll have that after this solo section. But actually, I'm kind of considering actually taking it to a bounty right away, maybe then. Because actually I wanted it with 5 directives. But that's the whole point here. Like if we're running it solo. Yeah. Yeah, we'll take out this segment actually and just have the bounty be the start. Is this with any expertise currently set? So I'm gonna start without, and later I'm gonna grab. That's usually how I do it in build showcases, just to kind of show, you know, without expertise that you can definitely do some damage, and then show that you do a little bit more if you have expertise. That's usually how I do it with build showcases. We do have an ammo box here somewhere, right? Yeah. Actually, yeah, easier if I did this. Because yeah, I want to start without the ammo, because one of the things I want to show as well is wait, what did I go?
Friendly supply convoy in proximity.
What are you guys mad? What are we mad at? You'll get who? What? It's fine. We'll let them do their fight. And we'll come here to sunny Brooklyn, and we'll go after a bounty. And here as well, I've taken 5 directive, because there is actually definitely a thing to be said, especially if we're running OD solo. One of the things it provides is especially dealing with the ammo directives. Here as well, I'm going to actually use this enemy to get my ongoing started, because I don't have any ongoing bullets yet. But now this enemy is on fire, and now when I shoot them, I will mark them. When they die, they will give me my ammo. So we can use weak points on the enemy, but actually here as well on this bounty, for instance, because we have 5 directives on, we have cool skills, but also, for instance, if we had scavenge skills as well that can get in our way. I'm going to actually just swap weapons just to lose my ammo there and just show, because I do want to keep my hive, of course. My hive is life, basically, is a 1-up. So if I can actually generate ammo without that, without using my, for instance, my Banshee there, that's in my favor. These guys in some way got aggroed, especially if they're not aggroed, they're a little bit easier to grenade, but even here I can guess where they're kind of going. But even then, for instance, yeah, even if we miss the grenade, we can always do this and try to get it going. Now there actually I failed at getting it. Because I don't want to use my Banshee, I would lose my Revive Hive. But a foam grenade, especially on reds, they're not that fast. Even they're quickly getting one underneath him and just triggering it. And of course, if we're out of combat, here they got spooked by something, and that kind of got in my way. But if they're kind of stationary at the start, it's pretty easy to start with the grenade. And then especially as well with Gunner, Gunner and Survivalist, foam grenades don't have the biggest radius, but are still easy enough to use. And same goes for the flame grenades, of course, as well, which has even a bigger radius. Yeah, let's go around the back here. Bounties in New York are sometimes tedious as they kind of get you to go all around the place. But actually here as well, as a nostalgia piece, we're walking past the precinct, the police precinct that originally was the final side mission in Brooklyn before leaving Brooklyn. So yeah, there's some nostalgia there. And of course, as well, actually, this whole area is kind of based around the area we go to kind of get out of there. Oh, this is a name group on top. So actually here I'm going to use my foam grenade as well, because we have a name group on top of my bounty, which, yeah, that's an extra 5 enemies to deal with. I'm gonna prioritize going after them. I want to keep an eye as well at all times that I do keep my killer up as much as I can. I'm just actually going to blind fire here. And actually, as you see there, I did run out of my bleed rounds there. And yeah, we're kind of in a little bit of a trouble there, but we have a hive for this. Now as well, actually, now that my hive is used, I can actually use my Banshee pulse. But yeah, especially running into a heavy named, I have actually ran out of my special ammo. I am actually just gonna burn this guy down because I kind of want him out of my way. He is actually annoying. And then we'll deal with these enemies. We kind of need to catch it back, but now that my hive is on cooldown, I can actually use my skill. I'm kind of just waiting for that. I'm just gonna give it a second. I do know there is one there. Even though, actually, yeah. Fucking group on top. Let's retry there. But also I was dumb. I should have just fallen back and just dealt with that heavy right away. That wasn't a good engagement to take. Well, at least now we don't get name groups. Because they're on cooldown. Yeah. Let's see where it puts it now. It puts it there. And yeah, it is on the record. Shh, don't tell anybody. Nobody tell anybody. But sometimes we die. Yeah, let's go from this side. Yeah, I'm just reaching. So yeah, if you're familiar with my build showcases, we're always record them kind of linearly. Here I'm at the point of like the start of the gameplay, basically. We're starting to take it into some action. That's the solo section. Let's see if I suck twice or not. Oh, are you? Wait, sorry, what? Oh, just what build is this? Yeah, OD. That's the whole showcase is going to be about that. I know we're recording for on the YouTube end. Yeah, let's take 3 that. And also, hopefully, they're not in combat at the start. I just want to toss a grenade without people running around. Can we have that? Oh, yeah. And here we come to cloudy
Control point nearby.
Brooklyn, as it is quite often cloudy here. And we're doing a bounty here as well. We've taken it to 5 directives. This is actually definitely the case to be made for OD running it solo, because as we saw against, let's say, just if you're wanting to run reds, running a striker, yeah, you can do more damage, but a striker can't deal as easily with 5 directives, especially the ammo directives. One of the things with OD is that it provides basically infinite ammo reserves. Here as well, I do have cool skills on. I don't want to use my Banshee Pulse to start things off, but here before combat starts, it's pretty easy. They're still very stationary. I'm just going to toss a grenade as my opener. That will foam, and then I can mark and kill them because they are status affected. And from that point onwards, of course, I have my special ammo now. That is actually a very handy thing, for instance, here. Although next season will, by the look of things, have cool skills again. So yeah, it'll work then as well. But yeah, the grenades are a pretty good tool to get things going. And especially once we kind of have it going, yeah, we'll try to mark as many enemies as we can. And we shouldn't run out of ammo. And then the other directives we just have to deal with. So for instance, for the cool skills, yeah, I'm not going to use my Banshee Pulse that much, except if I get downed, because once my hive is on cooldown, then I can of course freely use that skill without it mattering, because it won't reset the cooldown of the hive once it is on cooldown. And yeah, OD is a really good way to deal with, especially the ammo directives, group-wide as well, because if you run it solo, yeah, you get the benefits, but also if you run it in a group, the whole group gets the benefits. All of the ammo that comes basically from the OD rounds will be from the void, as we quite often call it. So it is actually just when it's giving you, let's say, 25 rounds for every kill that on a marked enemy. Alongside of that, it's also giving 25 rounds into the ammo reserves. Here as well, of course, with Gunner on top, even for instance, next season we'll have Pistolero. We'll have Pistolero as kind of the opener or a Gunner to kind of give us some ammo to start with. That's also why there is a good reason to go Gunner, especially for instance solo here as well. Because the big component of the Survivalist is actually that group bonus to status affected enemies. Which is pretty big. But here, of course, I have 0 group members that will go to. That does not apply to yourself. That's actually important to know. All of those group buffs are actually for your other teammates and not yourself. Here we have a random extra patrol on top. And we're just going to play this as a red build. I'm going to play it pretty aggressively. That works out pretty well for a heavy damage build like this. Because, yeah, a few shots will kill a red. Bounties in Brooklyn are kind of annoying as they go to and fro. One of the things especially that is in at least Wony and then also the base game areas when we have bounties, they go to side mission areas. Now, of course, in Brooklyn, we didn't get side missions. Instead, we got basically the basic missions and then the main missions. Because of that, it just puts them all into the streets. And yeah, they're kind of annoying as they, yeah, you see a lot of patrols, and then also on top of that, they make you just run. We just came from here, and now we're running back. That grenade as well, a foam grenade, a very good opener. Here we are going to deal with 2 names. One of them is a heavy. I see that from the bar because they don't have any health. So that's all that they could be. I'm going to quickly kill something to trigger killer. As we saw, I am running killer, so I just want to get a quick kill, try to trigger killer, and then follow that up by having that be active and then dealing with the enemies. When you are running an on-kill talent, same for with Vindictive, for instance, you do want to quickly get it activated. So, for instance, going for a rusher that has less health, going for a red that's just standing about, that's really good ways of triggering that. Here as well, I do need to actually kind of think about how I want to use my ammo. So I blew up the backpack on that heavy. They will take off their masks eventually. But then, yeah, they will bleed as well. But I'm going to run out of bleed rounds here, actually. That enemy is still marked. And I'm going to make sure I kill them, even though we're now basically on bonus. And this is kind of the thing with MG5 here. If I was with the Mark 46, I would have another 50 rounds. Even though it's per round doing less damage, so it's not per se 50% more damage per mag. But with the Mark 46, I feel I run out of ammo less. But then, of course, it kind of depends what we're doing. If I wasn't doing anything where I'm dealing with names, that wouldn't matter. If I'm just doing activities, that wouldn't matter. Here, dealing with a heavy, yeah, we kind of ran out of rounds for a little bit, but we had them marked anyway, so we still killed them without our damage buffs, and I got our bonuses there. There as well, they weren't bleeding, but my killer was likely still active. One of the things that is the case with the Tinker is that you have to consider actually how you place your weapons. There actually, because I recalibrated this weapon just before we got started there, it actually wasn't showing the correct way, but if we are actually on weapon 1, what I should have is if both weapons show up on the talents, show up on the side of the weapon, it will generally show the second talent. So here I want to have killer on the side because I don't per se care about sadist. I know when the enemy is bleeding that sadist will be active. I don't per se care that, you know, then when it reactivates basically. Here again, I'm going to go for a few reds even though there's a heavy in the way. I'm going to be using my hive here as I forgot that that ledge can be very annoying. But yeah, we want to kind of activate killer and then also, for instance, reset my amount of special ammo. I'm just gonna kind of focus down this names real quick, get them out of the way, if I can. I'm actually gonna go for the purple as we ran out of rounds again.
You got the target. Nice.
And I should actually just deal with this heavy at some point. Now that my hive is used, we actually have our Banshee Pulse, because yeah, I'm not gonna re-put that on cooldown. I'm gonna actually just go for the backpack there, and I should just go through their face. But there's a consideration to be made for how we deal with the enemies, the order of operations. Just getting a quick kill in, especially when we do have killer and want to activate that, that matters. Same for vindictive. Yeah, let's take it to something else here quickly, but then with graded weapons. Yeah. Let's go to that. Not the cleanest, but also, I don't mind. We got through it. Yeah, let's go over that elite territory. Yeah, why not? And then we'll take it to some grouping. Let me check my... Okay, there's the one where we died. I mean, the one where nothing happened, totally. Just got corrupted for no particular reason. Yeah. Did I go to this screen actually, or didn't I? Makes it look clean if I do it right. I think I did go to this screen. As here for myself, we'll bump it up to graded weapon. Here I have grade 25 on this, not even 30, but this of course does add quite a bit. Here on a full red build, where we have 130 weapon damage already, this 25 on top. Why am I gonna ballpark here? I was gonna say it's around 10%, but let's give the exact number. So 155, no, 255 divided by 230. 10.86. As here we'll go do an elite territory control, and yeah, I'm grabbing a grade 25 weapon here. So here on this build where we have 130 weapon damage already, this grade 25 on top is giving us a further 10.86%. And that is actually influential here, as we saw some of the talents. That is basically, you know, 2/3 of a pressure point here active as well. Grading does matter. It is going to make things faster, but overall I don't think it is as big of an impact as some people see. But also, for instance, reaching just even 20 grading, reaching expertise level 20, you're already getting the large part of the buff. Now, of course, taking it to 30 is even better, but even here. But yeah, here with a little bit more powerful weapon, I'm just going to wait for this guy to stop his moving, although actually I'll go for those two. Why not? And yeah, that'll trigger our wicked already. We applied a status effect to an enemy. There we'll get our special ammo because, of course, a weapon swapped, and when we do weapon swap, we do lose our special ammo. There we have the gunner reload, which was even faster. I'm actually not that familiar with the spawns here. I thought actually they spawned from that building there for this elite territory control, but that did not come to pass. And especially with Fog of War, of course, we have to kind of see where they're coming from. Okay, they're coming from that away. Yeah, let's go deal with these guys and gals. And of course, one of the things with any red build, as at its core, when we're playing it like this is just another red build. Even though it has some special traits to it, we do want to do that marking. We want to pay attention to our special ammo and such. There isn't too much different in the actual gameplay from this to any just regular red build. And yeah, for instance, if you are interested in improving that, either watching my Improving Yourself series or the Red Toolbox that I put out recently, just the Toolbox series out can make quite a difference, as understanding and kind of the alongside of the build. It is not just the build, that's also why we do these gameplay segments. Alongside of the build, really the player matters. The analogy that I use quite a bit is the player is a driver, the build is a vehicle. The vehicle by itself really doesn't do much, and a good driver in a bad vehicle can have much more impact than a bad driver in a good vehicle. Even some of the best or some of the worst players can't make, for instance, a striker sing, even though, for instance, in the hands of someone very proficient with it, yeah, they'll make that sing all the way through a legendary title in world record time. And that is down to the player as well. Alongside of the build, there's always the player. And yeah, they're a quick clear there, kind of just showing on 5 directives, especially if we were running other builds that would be maybe stronger, like Striker or such. We couldn't per se deal with ammo hoarders as easily. Here, ammo is basically not a concern at all. And it isn't just gunner, but especially, yeah, that ammo recouping that we get from those hollow point rounds being passed around. And that, of course, is also group-wide. So just one OD in a group will make it pretty easy to run either Pistolero or ammo hoarders for the entire team, gaining you a full directive. And that damage loss is well worth for it. And as we saw as well, it isn't weak. We're killing a red in a few shots, and especially once we kind of have killer going and we do have our special ammo on there, it actually is very potent. Let's start moving it into a group setting. Yeah. Let's take this back to base. Actually, I think I'll start with the shotgun OD. Actually, how long are these two segments together? So that's a 3-point something. How much is this? 6. Okay, so that's 10 minutes. Yeah, that's good.
Hello there.
Let's actually clean them up for later. Although as well, let's set them up for later as well.
Thanks for the deal.
Do I need any of those? No, I don't need any of those on there. Let's put this back to vigilance for later already, because I'll forget later. And then as well, let's put this to Mark 46. No, but graded Mark 46. This combo. Actually, no, we're going vindictive. So that was 2 here. I almost forgot we have 2 other ones there. In a second. Do you have a crit damage mod? You do. Yeah. Yeah, so I'm gonna go to the shotgun version, and actually we can use the redeemed for this.
Safe area detected.
Yeah. Let's go give it a build intro and then.
Priority objective available, Agent.
Let's just do that so she shuts the hell up. So let's stop the tracking again. There we go. Yeah, let me do the intro here, and then actually if people are interested and are willing to join me, we'll likely go to Lincoln with this, I feel. Just a quick mission. But yeah, first I'm gonna give this an intro. And we're gonna indeed take it into a group setting. Here though, I'm gonna take first this shotgun OD. As actually for shotguns, there is a really good case to be made to running OD, as we kind of saw as well in the OD on miscellaneous video that I kind of did. As a OD, especially for shotguns, they don't really have good chest talent options. And well, we could, for instance, go with Hunter's Fury. With OD, we can actually, as long as we have hollow point rounds, we have a pretty good bonus in the chest talent. And then, of course, we can pair that with other things here as well. Of course, we're going with perfect opportunistic for in a group setting where we're applying a 15% that is group wide. That can be pretty strong. And then shotguns especially have really good talents as well. Now, of course, if we're taking Sadist, which we're going to, of course, because of OD, we can pair that alongside of for instance, Brazen here. This, so for instance, solo play, I would very much lean more towards Hunter's Fury for shotguns, especially because this in group setting kind of requires a team to keep the uptime on the bleed, because we really only have 7 rounds to kind of apply the bleeds and then also mark enemies. In solo play, that runs out very often. We could change this to, for instance, be a KSG, as that has a lot more damage per mag. Even a 612 does a little bit better in damage per mag territory and as well in ACS. But I like the tactical SASG, or going with a Super 90 as well as an option. As yeah, those both are actually top contenders for the damage end of things, kind of the MG5s and the FAMASs of their categories. And here, especially in a group setting, we can actually make that happen. Let's go do a mission and kind of see it in action. Hello, Rambly, but we got there. Oh yeah, if anybody is interested, feel free to let me know or just join up on me as we'll go and do an Lexington, Lexington? Lincoln. Oh man, I'm at the ready there. I see. That's happy to see. Yeah, if anybody wants to be our fourth, let me know. Yeah, let's set this up already as non-invaded, just basic. One of the reasons, so yeah, in the past I would mostly do it with matchmaking. Thing is, nowadays with modifier, everybody's just going to be running modifier, and kind of want to show it with that modifier, especially because the modifier is the last week of it, basically. So, speaking of which, We changed character, of course. I'm in combat. Yeah, let's kill these. Also, I actually don't want to generate special ammo. I want to do it at the start there. But then, 1 second to turn off the modifiers. And yeah, I want to start without special ammo. But yeah, if somebody wants to be our fourth, that wants to be in the video as well, feel free to say so. Otherwise, I could actually match my for the fourth. Shotgun's quite fun. Yeah, that's kind of just because here we're showcasing OD. So we're going to take it with OD. Actually, I'm kind of fine with 3-man as well, actually. Because, yeah, this will work fine enough in a 3-man scale. Just making sure I didn't miss any. And thank you so much there, Dave, for subscribing. As always, much appreciated. I will be sure to waste that on some upcoming apparels and season passes and stuff like that. But yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, let's actually do it with a 3-man. That'll work out fine. As well to kind of not have the full scaling. Yeah. Yeah, let me give it a quick intro and then we just run in all together. Yeah. Let me yeah, let's get so and yeah, we're gonna take this indeed into a link in here. I've assembled a crack team to help me out here. We're taking it with a coordinated team just because as well, if I just random matchmake, we have a lot of modifiers about. And here as well, I'm not taking a graded weapon. I do have actually graded SASG in my stash. It's fine without. I'm starting as well. Here, a big point is we are going firewall, especially for that shield, and I'm going to try to make that work. Yeah, we're here as well again with 5 directives. So actually we kind of, the OD here does have a purpose in its ammo generation. And I'm starting actually without any special ammo on purpose as well here. But here I don't have a grenade actually to make that work. So one of the things I'm going to try to do is there's usually an immobilizer, a foamer as part of this first pack. Although actually as well. I see my allies trying to help out with some status effects. But also the other one, if I didn't have that, to get kind of sidetracked, is worst case what I can do, as yeah, there was an immobilizer there, is if I armor break, any enemy within 5 meters of me suddenly catches on fire because of firewall. And I use that quite often actually to generate my first ammo, because I just run at the enemy, armor break. It kind of sucks because yeah, we have a fragile there. It isn't a bug one, as I'll fix it up with a quick heal. But yeah, that's also a good way to actually generate that ammo. A little bit risky, but yeah, it works out. And yeah, once we have ammo generation going, because now as well, my allies have it as well. And you see that some enemies are bleeding because my allies are making them bleed. Although here as well, actually, I kind of didn't mark enough. And because of that, I'm not getting the ammo going the way I would want to. But there, yeah, shooting weak points. Because with this one especially, yeah, I'm going to be kind of shooting weak points here and there. This works as well better, for instance, if we're fighting hyenas or outcasts. But especially here, I specifically kind of came here. But it's a short mission, quick and dirty. And together with that as well, it isn't as easy. Because especially with, if we are going against our dear friends, the outcasts, yeah, they have a lot of fire accidentally that they kind of happens to them just by existing. And here and there, I'm also going to just, even though I'm not per se doing great damage because I'm way out of shotgun range, but I'm just marking enemies, especially to kind of make special ammo happen. just so we have consistency there. And then here, I am actually going to try to do some decent damage, as this is the wave that I was kind of concerned about, and then also kind of want to make sure that we deal with.
Medical assistance needed.
And again, the armor break happened there. That's why that lady was on fire, was the armor break. One of the things with Brazen, especially with normal Brazen, there is actually maybe here a case to be made for going Killer instead than Brazen, because actually a lot of times I'm not close enough to get all 8 pellets on the enemy. One of the things though, if whenever we get a kill, but we need to be making the kill shot, which here for instance is, you know, we're competing for the kills, especially against pretty strong builds likely. If we do get the kill shot though, we'll get a full Brazen off of that as well. But yeah, that's not a guarantee. I think I'm armor break. No, I'm actually not. But yeah, we did have 1 stack of fragile that we'll just take care of.
Someone hiding in that shadow.
And yeah, I do want to use my shield if I can. One of the things that'll happen often as well, which is actually a little bit annoying, is I'll accidentally kill an enemy in 1 shot with a shotgun, because that can very easily happen, much more so than with the LMG. And if I do that, I don't actually mark them, because you need to shoot them once and then mark them. There needs to be a two-shot affair. You can't mark and apply the status effect and then mark. Now, of course, some enemies will be status affected from my allies or such, and then if I shoot them, they of course do get that effect. Oh yeah, we'll loot up everything here as well, as I'll go grab the key chest here real quick, because we'll show all the loot as we usually do with this. We'll show the loot downstairs as well. Most people know most of the loot in things like Lincoln, especially the veterans. Some newer players, I've noticed that they run past some stuff, because yeah, there's a back stair that opens up all of this. And of course, these resources add up. One thing we can do here as well is if we jump over here and then also quickly roll. Now, there was a bug there when we shot, that Doug already has shot at, but that opens up all of this for another 2 boxes. And these as well are, of course, handy to know for if you are going for this commendation for the 10. Some of these missions require a little bit of knowing where to get the loot. Especially most of the DC missions don't actually have that much loot in them. They might have actually like 15 pieces at max. Shoot out that one as well, and go and get these 2. Displays, of course, as well. Pretty good for components. And yeah, let's go into the kill room. I'm gonna push up on the side. One of the things is though that yeah, I do want to close the distance. I'm not effective as range, especially with that Brazen as well. I want to actually make sure that I hit enough pellets to trigger Brazen. And make sure that, because yeah, that is a pretty big hefty damage bonus. Brazen at full stacks is 28%, pretty close to our friend in Frenzy, or in Sadist. So yeah, that does matter. Yeah, they spawned close. That Grenadier getting us both. This is the downside, of course, with some of the on being on cooldown. So actually, I'm relying on my shield much more than on my hive, and that can be risky. And yeah, we got closer than most to wiping there, but of course, the clutching always exists. One of the things to also be aware of always is just it isn't wrong to go get damned here and there. I feel a lot of people very much like avoid it to such a degree that actually they play more poorly than if they weren't aggressive. This is, of course, a very aggressive build. And because of that, yeah, we will get downed here and there. Of course, if I didn't use my shield, I could keep up my hive. But honestly, yeah, I want the damage extra. Just to compete. And then also to buff my allies, of course, as well. I'm gonna mark a few enemies. Especially there, I chose the elites because of opportunistic as well, because yeah, they'll be marked extra. Here I'm not per se in a really effective range. I'm gonna go close the distance, but I wanted to make sure that I marked some enemies there. Here a little bit closer, and we do actually hit pretty hard. This build can actually be actually pretty close to like the Tinkerer Hunter's Furies, especially before they get a few kill stacks. Oh yeah, well, there's a box there. That's been shut out. And then these leads into here for one last box before we go into the boss fight.
You think closing the tunnel is smart? Fuck you! You've locked yourself in with us.
Bring dark to the lightness. And once everybody's in, we burn through. One of the tools I have as well, of course, is my specialization weapon, and I'll actually use that to a degree here. While it isn't damage-wise useful against unaimed, it will still CC them. One of the things to remember though is that it does not mark, it does not count as a weapon, so we do need to follow that up. But you know, some just simple CC.
Serious trauma detected.
You may have noticed that for this fight I am not using my shield because I am playing it aggressive and there is a chance I might get downed. Here, especially on this heavy, I want to chase down the backpack and blow it up. That way they can't go invincible. We'll grab the loot real quick and meet in the elevator. Let's go get our completion here. And yeah, well, not the cleanest run or anything. Doesn't need to be. It'll still be fast enough. And especially what we didn't have then here is anybody having concerns about ammo. Because normally if we have ammo hoarders on, you will run out of ammo, especially here after this room. There is no ammo before you get to the next room, and yeah, that oftentimes hurts. But here, yeah, with an OD in the team, ammo reserves completely becomes a non-issue. That's the main reason to have an OD in the team. And that's why quite often, yeah, if we are running ammo hoarders, we'll just go, hey, who wants to run? Who wants to run the OD? And here we can't really look at damage numbers per se, because yeah, they do roll over, and especially the damage from weak points hitting weak points really applies. But we can see that, yeah, I'm not on par on the damage dealers here, even on the damage end, but especially the utility that I'm providing there, because as well, we're providing damage bonuses both in the OD rounds and in that opportunistic to the team. So we're trying to buff quite a bit. We could as well here run, for instance, Vindictive, but I like Brazen quite a bit because it does actually up our damage a decent amount. Let's go take it actually now to the different variants as well. And there we go. Yeah, let's go get cleaned up. I need to change character anyway in between. So, yeah, let me catch up here as well as where I was joining. We're recording for a build showcase. See me on TikTok. I have no presence on TikTok. So it might have been YouTube Shorts, maybe. But yeah, if it is on TikTok, it is likely not me, because I'm really only on YouTube and Twitch and like Reddit. That's about it. I don't frequent other places. Now, let me get cleaned up here real quick.
Glad to see you, Agent.
Oh, should we maybe do... that might be an option. Should we maybe do bounty cheese? Yeah, it's too expensive for my taste, but if somebody needs that. Yeah, let's maybe... yeah, because actually, how long was that segment? Because it wasn't... Okay, so that's 10 minutes. Because how long are we into? $118 already. Okay. Yeah, let's maybe do bounty cheese. If I'm gonna lag out. Let me set up the world on character 4 on us for a second, and then if you guys join me on that character, then I'll leave and rejoin after, because yeah, I need the other character. But yeah, let's do like 2 bounty cheeses, because actually I have some bounties there as well, and then we can kind of show vindictive and stuff as well, and then also kind of plug bounty cheesing. If you guys join up on me, and then I'll cycle.
Another agent has joined your group.
Let me.
You
I
have
could have
left
just
the
logged
group.
in. Because I need to swap character. We just want that character's world. And I'm going to join up on, because basically those guys are saving the world. And then I'm going to join back up under them so we have that world.
Safe area detected.
Way too big of a friends list. I need to at some point maybe be a dick and just kind of empty it out and then just refill it back up again. Because there's a lot of names on there that are no longer playing this game. Yeah, let's go to the bounty cheese area. Although actually, I'm gonna go get special ammo already at the range. Oh, actually, yeah. Because I'm gonna intro the build, but I'm gonna actually do it there and then show the range way. Actually, I am set up correctly. Oh, yeah. It's gonna record. Wait, let's go back here. Yeah. As here we'll go to that vindictive variant. And what especially is the case here is if we set it up for vindictive and we want that to be a tool that we really rely on. Oh shit. Give me 1 second. I need survivalist. And also as well, actually, if anybody else wants to join us to make a 4 stack, wouldn't be against it. But yeah, let me know. Or just join it. Let's go with spawn. Yeah. Let's set this up for a second. I'm going to give this an intro first, and then we'll go to the bounty cheese area. Yeah. And here we'll go to the vindictive setup. Now, vindictive, especially if we're setting it up to take full account of vindictive's bonuses, where we have 16% crit chance as well alongside of it. This build is then set up in that way that we showed in the build picture, where I have 2 crit damage mods instead now on the weapon, and then also 1 crit chance roll on the weapon or on the gear, flipped to crit damage. We're landing on this 44.5 crit chance, leaving a bigger gap for vindictive to fill in. And especially here as well, if we're kind of going with that group buff, might as well have the other group buff in survivalist here. We're going that route now with this build as well. I feel that's much more in line with it if we're kind of group buffing the group, giving us also the tool of the crossbow to break armor plates, which can actually be pretty quick. Although with some full red builds, we'll burn through some some heavies and such. but especially as well giving us the flame grenade, which is a really powerful tool. Doing that though, first of all, the Banshee Pulse, as we saw, is a really easy to use tool. Here though, we'll just go with something else. Riot Foam, a pretty easy pick, although again, we're still in cool skills. We'll be sticking to 5 directives here. Pairing that Sadist plus that Vindictive. But then also what we can do actually, and one of the simple tricks that not everybody is aware of, the range does actually give you some bonuses if you do it right. So for instance here, if I do want special ammo and you know we're going to go maybe into something dangerous and I don't want to risk it, I can come to the range real quick. I can toss a grenade. Actually, we'll throw it at the pack there. When I get special ammo here, this will actually persist. As you see, I'm getting the marks and such, and we're getting the special ammo, and so are my team. At this point, this ammo is real. I have that ammo now, and if we take it out into the world, we still get to keep it. So you can cheese it a little bit like this if you really need to. Come to the range, get some special ammo going, and then take it into the action. Let's go bounty cheesing with this, as we'll show that off together with the bonuses that, yeah, we really do need OD for there. Okay, let's go to over there. Wait, what do you think better E overall? You mean in what sense? I feel this in a group setting, especially if the group is sticking together. Yeah, survivalist in a group setting makes a lot of sense. Vindictive makes a lot of sense. Hero especially, where we're kind of close to each other as well.
Hostiles guarding location nearby.
I'm a big fan of the division.
Oh, let's clear out that territory here first. Should just pop the bounty. Actually, that would have. Although, well, yeah. Well, let's just clear this. Yeah,
Incoming hostiles detected. Access key detected.
Let's pop the loot. Let's have it be, yeah, if you stay there, Doug, I'll come from this side with Tiny. But also I'm gonna kind of explain kind of first what we're gonna do, and then we just, when the bounty is, I'm gonna pop the bounty and then go, basically, so. Be ready for that. Because actually, I forgot to talk about the mag. One thing I want to note, though, actually, the downside of survivals, as we kind of talked about, and that's also why I'm going with the Mark 46 here, is, yeah, we do lose that ability to have that plus 50 rounds from Gunner, and that is actually, as we saw, is impactful. Here, though, yeah, I'm going to go with a Mark 46 then. Here, I wouldn't want to use this MG5. 85 rounds is too little. Going from 150 to 135 is still well manageable. Here we're going to show off bounty cheesing. If you're interested in how this works in full, there I do actually have a recent video on it. But because we are in a special world, to give the brief version of it, we are in a special world where none of the side missions are done. When I pop a side mission here in Southwest, which normally would just go into Southwest, it's actually going to come to where we are. Together with that, we're standing just outside of the area by standing on these raised areas. So the enemies are just going to spawn right on top of us in a second. And we can make that happen over and over again. So we can farm this area. And that's also one of the reasons why we take OD with it. I'm popping a hyena bounty here that I have over there. And one of the reasons we pick OD and we want to really have an OD in the team for this is to not care about ammo. Of course, if you had Pistolero, for instance, a Regulus could help out and, for instance, make it so that we can have infinite ammo with Pistolero, but of course in seasons where it is, for instance next season, it is most likely going to go back to that, and then for instance a Regulus build could provide the ammo, but an OD can do that just as well. So yeah, here everything is spawning from one door, and yeah, here we're doing basically a little bit of manipulation to make this happen, just by everybody facing this way in this place makes everybody spawn right here. And we'll do it again as well in a second with another bounty. But here we would run out of ammo if we were basically on other builds, and yeah, that guy is invulnerable, so yeah, we should watch out for him. Let's deal with the rest, but yeah, just hide for him until his invulnerability goes away. He's one of the more annoying boss archetypes, and once the invulnerability is away, then we can kill him, because there's actually no way around that. And yeah, this way we did a very quick bounty, and yeah, we're doing several manipulations basically here, and that's what we call bounty cheesing. We're not cheating, but we're cheesing all of the things. We'll get back into position actually and do another one, and yeah, we get all of the loot of course from this. And of course as well, bounties can be good for XP as well. Not as good as just farming activities, but we can do this pretty consistently. And of course, the reason I have these bounties is that I farmed up a lot of public executions out in Southwest. Basically get in position again, pop another one. Here I'm actually going to go with outcast ones. It's one of the reasons as well why Southwest is so good for bounties is it's mostly outcast bounties that we get. And Outcast is, of course, a much easier faction. There, for instance, Hyena is actually a little bit harder. Mostly because we'll get rushers and we'll just blow them up. And here again, they'll spawn right on top of us. Guaranteed, especially because of the way that we have the world. It can't really go any other place. And because of that, it is very consistent. Here, yeah, they're spawning there again. And here I have that Vindictive, of course. Everybody's in range. We can see actually the Vindictive bonuses on our allies whenever we trigger it. And it is self-refreshing, so every time we get it, they get a full, it gets refilled for them. It does need to be our kill shots here as well, kind of showing that we are getting some kills in between it. And yeah, that is actually a pretty hefty bonus, of course, alongside of the rest. And again, as well, 10% bonus. Let's actually one more just to quickly kind of show how quickly we can cycle through these. And this, of course, does require a character that is set up in that way. I've basically leveled one of my characters to be just leveled from 1 to 40 without doing any of the side missions. Although what you per se for this one actually need is just this area, especially including this Columbia Plaza broadcast, and not have been done, and then every bounty from Southwest goes here. But yeah, if you want to see the only tips on it, it is on my channel. Here we'll pop one more with a heavy as well in the back, and heavy named. They of course will take a little bit longer to kill, but we have the firepower, and then here as well the group buff is there. And even though we kind of saw that because here we have decent uptime, especially as well on the OD rounds, because we're kind of just continuously killing. So I'm just also going out of my way to kind of mark enemies. I will kind of spread my fire around. I still want to get a kill in here and there just to trigger Vindictive for my allies. But yeah, I don't want to overdo it by just, you know, focusing one enemy. If I can actually spread it to multiple enemies, because if I mark multiple enemies, every time any of them dies, it will actually it's the other side. A little bit too close, because the manipulation there is reliant as well as that we don't get too close. But actually, once they usually go over here, it'll just be over here. Anyway, we're triggering Vindictives here and there. I'm gonna go deal with these before they get special ammo going.
You got the target.
And that reload on the Mark 46, not too bad. It is definitely worse, I feel, than the MG5. That's why I do like the MG5 as the main weapon as well. But yeah, it's not too big of an issue. I'm gonna actually as well throw a grenade over there, and I have on my pistol I have as well Sledgehammer. Actually, a really good pick as well to take together with it being a TDI card custom, of course. Didn't really make a difference there. I was on the last enemy, but yeah, that sledge on top, especially when we're all spawning them from there, is actually not a bad idea. Even if it is normal sledge, that's still 15% of the team. Keep in mind as well, even though sledge says from the agent that applied the mark, yeah, it's no, it is still a group-wide buff. So yeah, there we saw some bounty cheese in action together with Vindictive, and especially that group buff of it. And this is kind of more of a setup that I would use in group. Let's now take it to that frenzy variant, and let's take it into Kantan. Yeah. Yeah, my loots. We did the shoots, not let's take the loots. Okay. Yeah, let's take it back to here for a second. And then, yeah, let's go for... let's put that on list. Oh, yeah, no. Yeah. Yeah, we were in that, though, yeah, and about the... Yeah, I think you got it. Team buff over personal. I mean, for this, yeah. I mean, depends. It depends on the team, right? Like in a team like this, yeah, I'll totally go for the team buff because I know I have good players alongside me. If I feel my allies are weak, I might just go striker, right? Like, that's also an option. It depends on the team. It's very situational. It's kind of as well what mood you're in, right? How much do you want to buff your allies? And if anybody wants to join us for a countdown, we'll just do a challenging one. An
agent has left your group.
Okay. Let me get you up here if I missed them down. They have a Dark Zone build. I generally, yeah, I don't play much of Dark Zone. I do have some conflict builds in my build collection. I'll link to the build collection. There's a conflict folder in there.
Another agent is now in your
But
group.
I mostly, yeah, I do play a little bit of conflict, but not so much of DZ. But the difference between a conflict build and a DZ build is mostly just the watch points to apply to a DZ build. So you just have to change the chance crit damage a little bit. Oh, actually, what I should do? Wait, was it this? Yay! There's also this, which is made by Prodigy and Elite Panda and several others, which is a basic guide to some PvP builds, actually. So. And also some of the PvP concepts that you need to know about, as in the scaling of weapons and such, and how the damage calculation gets altered. So, especially that one also has a bunch of pictures of, like, yeah, starter builds for the year. Actually, if you guys want, if you guys stand in like the street in front of the season vendor and just do some silly emotes, that'll be in the background here. Just do some dances or something, and yeah, that kind of works. Tiny one's in the background there. Yeah. Yeah. Let me put this away. Oh, yeah, I'm going to start recording in a sec. Let me just put this away first. This first one wasn't good, right? No. And then this one was fine. And then this one is... Oh, no, that was just 6 minutes, actually, that we did 3 bounties with explanation on top. I'll wait for you guys to start emoting it in, and we'll hit going. Yeah, so keeping survivalists, yeah. Oh, I need, let's keep survivalists, it's fine.
An agent has gone offline.
Dog got raptured. Why did you do dog, Tiny? you emoted him out of existence.
An agent is back online.
Okay. Yeah, I'll wait for Dag to load in fully and then. Okay. I got Delta first. Okay. Well, hopefully they'll feel better soon. And yeah, well wishes. And yeah, thanks. Thank her for the kind words there as well. And yeah, hope she gets better soon. Yeah. Let's have those guys kind of in there. This menu is always annoying to try to get it to line up. Kind of want everybody to be like in that little. How does that go back? No, it's too far. Yeah. You'd think I would be better at this by now, but there we go. Perfect. Yeah. And here where we'll take it into a countdown, which I definitely feel is one of the homes for OD. I love having an OD in the team or being the OD in some countdowns. As yeah, providing that buff to 8 players, especially in the context of countdown, because for instance, of course, raids are also 8 players, but there you can't have the good uptime that, for instance, in countdown, where there is just a lot of enemies, they'll all die, mark a bunch, and they'll fall over and give bonuses to everybody. And it works out really well there, but not so much, for instance, in the raids, where also, yeah, there's a bunch of mechanicals and a bunch of stuff that is status effect immune. Here we'll be taking Sadist plus Frenzy, and I'm just going to try to make the most out of Frenzy. Normally for Frenzy, I would take Gunner, but here we're making the choice to go with Survivalist. I'm going to give my my subgroup. Keep in mind that the bonus, this bonus, that 10%, is for my subgroup, not including myself, so it's only for my 3 team members alongside of me. But of course, in a countdown, there's 2 subgroups, and doesn't apply to that other part of it. So there's definitely a case we made, for instance, for Gunner to have a little bit stronger of a Frenzy, but we'll do fine without that as well here. And yeah, we're going to keep Vigilance, and while Wicked definitely is a pick for most play, especially 4-man and such, in Countdown, I'm very confident in taking Vigilance, because I'll just make sure that I'm not the most forward enemy for the enemies to deal with. And because of that, yeah, I'll try to keep my Vigilance going. So yeah, let's go and join up again in a second in a countdown. Yeah. Let me actually turn off the, because sometimes, could you make me leader, Tiny? Let me turn off the directives, because sometimes they get in the way, and then also we'll turn on the modifier, because that's just going to be on, but I'll explain it. But yeah, if you could pass me leadership there. Also, if you don't know, it's in social. You just select my name and then Mike Leader.
You are now group leader.
Wait, what? No? Z. Yeah. Let's just turn off, or, you know, say it like that. Let's turn off the directives, because sometimes Ammo Hoarders follows us into there. And then also Activate. And then we'll matchmake basically. But again, as well, if somebody wants to join us, feel free to say so. Should we go heroic? We have the time to redo one if we fail. Let's go heroic. I feel that's kind of the place to go for it, right? Although, were you intending, or is that what you're running, Doc? Because 1 OD is like enough. So it's actually better to just run some damage dealer. It's kind of like Eclipse's, like 2 ODs. Just, you know, 1 OD will give the buff anyway to everybody. Oh, okay. Wait, did you switch on purpose to be OD? Okay. Yeah, because let's keep it to 1, especially if we're doing heroic. Let's have you guys as well have some good damage dealing, and then we'll carry the team. Hopefully we won't need to, but we might need to. But also, yeah, if it goes sideways, we just go with a challenging one instead if we can't get good teammates. I don't know. Just for ease might be just best to just, yeah, if you have some just going damage dealers, we can just blow through it. Because a fight can be useful as well, but depends on our team. Also will depend on the group buffs we get here, because also we need actually to not have the close range buff, because if it's the close range buff, we'll just run the run, but I'm just not gonna record it because the close range buff is silly. Yeah, let's wait. Why did it? God damn it! Showed that the directives were going off, but it only took leader or like took ownership. You know what? I don't actually mind this outcast look. Although not from the front, only from the back. Or from there. Once this is done, now we magic. Let's go heroic. And yeah, I'm just gonna start basically once the load is complete. Like after the Isaac goes. Yeah. Once we're actually past the initial load even. See if it actually gives us anything.
You have received an invite to another agent's group. You have left the group.
Made us leader as well.
Another agent is now in your group.
And don't forget to accept. It's just going to time out otherwise. Only from back. Indeed. It's taking some while to fill up. Oh, they didn't accept.
Another agent has joined your group.
Oh, is there HD? 2K. Maybe that's not what they're running. There's still some lag there. But also we'll just go. Backfire is fine. Whatever that is fine. There's also the thing with heroic. That's why I usually just only take it if we are
Another agent has joined your group.
With a decent team starting out, you know, pre-made, and then yeah, off we go. Good enough. Okay, we'll start recording in the after Isaac's line here. And hopefully no close range buff, because yeah.
Communication relay offline.
And here we're heading into an heroic countdown. I've taken a few, yeah, the same people that were helping me out on the missions and the banshees, we're taking them into here. That's always the thing for me as well with heroic countdown. I want to go in if I have a few teammates. Solo, you can't carry an heroic one solo. You can definitely carry a challenging one solo, but not a heroic one. We're looking at instantly when we load in at the buffs, debuffs, the countermeasures. So one of the countermeasures there, the middle one, which will be the one that will disable here, is actually status effect disabling. So here, status effects are disabled once I touch this one, because the middle one is always this on the left side. It's very annoyingly not left to right. But especially if we have that debuff, we are actually not getting any status effects on the enemy. And because of that, until we disable that one, OD is not that useful, and that can be a painful one. But here we got it kind of right away. Another thing as well, both teams kind of linked up right away together as well. On heroic, that makes a big difference. We'll be going likely reactor admin as our picks. And as well, if you want to have an in-depth guide into Countdown, actually I do have an in-depth guide into it, and even a short as well with just the basics. The basics of Countdowns are very simple. It is especially stick together with your team. Don't use skills in front of hunters that they can hack, especially ones that are damaging. So turret and drones, mortars, all of those things. Just don't. They'll hack them, will die, especially during extraction. And then together with that, stay with your team and just do the things that they are doing together. Here we have Frenzy, of course. Frenzy is now coming in. So I do have Frenzy now, and still a little bit for this enemy. I'm just gonna put that damage out there, even if I do get down. That's kind of fine. I wanted to put as much of that Frenzy into them. And yeah, here we're gonna go Reactor Admin in a second. And yeah, they're getting the buffs, but we do want to grab those dock tags. I'm actually gonna type that out. One of the things to do is actually take command if you know what you're doing. And just type it out to people, just so they know. I typed up Reactor Admin. People will, from that, likely understand where we're going. Now, if you don't know, what to pick, yeah, that makes a little bit of difference, of course. But here, especially, we're avoiding VIP, especially on Heroic. It does take quite a while, even though on Challenging, honestly, sometimes it would just be faster to do it. Here on Heroic, it just takes too long. We're also going to go for these boxes, and these boxes are actually very important on Countdown, as they provide us with SHD calibrations as well. And especially what I, as an OD, want to be doing is marking as many enemies. And for instance here, yeah, we have Warhounds. I can't mark those, but I can mark other enemies and try to get as much ammo going as possible. I kind of want to be in the pack. Together with that, with Frenzy, I kind of want to prep Frenzy. And actually, the reason I have Frenzy here is not per se for these fights. It'll be too intermittent here. So actually what I could do is swap my secondary, for instance, because one of the easy ways that you can actually swap with Tinkerer is just swapping that other LMG that I have from one talent to another. So for instance, maybe here, going Pressure Point or just going Vindictive for the team. And then later on, going Frenzy, because especially during Extraction is where I really want to have Frenzy. And there it works out really well. We have a lot of enemies, a lot of things to shoot at, especially with Heroic scaling as well. We'll have chunky things to deal with. And yeah, we'll grab that and on to Admin we go, as we did get the box already. I'm not going to hit the reload there, of course, because I don't want to top up. I'd rather be close to the end of the magazine rather than reloading. That is actually a thing you need to, because I hit reload way too much often as well. One thing you can do is if you do hit reload accidentally, and this is the habit I've gotten into, if I hit reload accidentally, I'm just gonna, oh, actually I didn't hit reload there, but if I hit reload, just roll. And that will get you animation cancel it, basically. You can also weapon swap or other things. But for me, my brain, like if I accidentally hit reload, I'll just roll right away. One thing we could do as well is prep the mag. So if I just started shooting here and unloading the entirety of my magazine, of course, by the time we get into here, I could have full one. But that's just not per se worth it here, honestly. My teammates as well are pretty strong, so that works out well enough. And because of that, I'm kind of not too concerned about needing to be at my best. But here and there, we'll trigger Frenzy and get a little bit out of it. And even getting a little bit out of Frenzy in these parts will be more than enough to make it kind of worth it. And then especially during Extraction, it'll really be worth it. But if we're kind of min-maxing, yeah, I would maybe go Pressure Point here. Just swap out that secondary weapon and just... Because yeah, legendary or heroic enemies here, the heroic Countdown enemies are actually pretty chunky. They do take a lot of damage, and noticeably so. And especially here, one OD buffing 8 people, that's a big one. I'm gonna check the boxes. There's always 3 box locations, so once you kind of know them, and especially in my guide as well, I kind of have an image that shows all of those box locations. Once you kind of know them, you know them. So for instance there, I checked 2 box locations. It wasn't them, so there is only 1 left. So let's go let's go make sure we get the box, and somebody already has opened it. And especially that piece underneath there, that is an SHD calibration, which is, you know, they don't come that often. So getting the 6 that we can get from each run, especially if we're just getting the 3 boxes, and then the final box also gives us a further 3. That's actually well worth it. It does, you know, it is only 6 per run, but you know, with the tens of runs that we do in our in a week or such, it does add up and gets you a little bit more SHD calibration than you would have without. Running to the last one, as we do our best running simulator here. And here as well, because of the teammates and such, and also the amount of enemies that spawn in relation to 8 players, basically, because it doesn't actually, if we compare this to a 4-man mission or something, it doesn't per se spawn twice as much enemies. Because of that, I'm not getting hit that much. I'm getting hit here and there, but my vigilance still has pretty good uptime. If we weren't going vigilance, I would definitely go wicked here, of course. Going things like unstoppable force here, where we're competing for the kills, it's a little bit harder. That's also why, while here, especially of course if we're buffing 8 people with vindictive, it will be powerful. I'm competing for those kills, and that's going to be hard. So I just don't want that much on-kill talents here. That's also why I wouldn't per se go for instance killer, because it would actually, yeah, it wouldn't trigger enough. Let's go after this heavy. Put our damage onto them. And our team has decent damage, which is kind of nice. I'm already as well gonna go for the... And yeah, here we have the shocking, of course. I'll take it. I started the reload, so I rolled there. Would have been maybe smarter to weapon swap, but I'll take that hit just to avoid actually hitting that reload there, because I do want to.
Medical assistance needed.
I do want to actually get frenzy in a second, because I'm on 7 rounds, and then here I'll go into frenzy. Here, of course, as well, we have the modifier of the season on countdown here. It's gonna be hard to avoid it, so we're not. And yeah, because of that, we are actually seeing the season modifier. Of course, each season modifier is different, and as well, this is kind of the last weeks of this one as well. Here, for instance, is one of those areas where, yeah, actually, if I had an MG5 there, I would have run out of ammo. We're fighting when 2 people are just shooting at a named, here especially as well, highly scaled health and armor named. Yeah, that wouldn't work out. That's the last of those boxes. Here's what I'm gonna actually unload. I'm gonna go into frenzy. Once this reload is complete, I'm in frenzy, and yeah, these are the moments that frenzy kind of lives for. And especially extraction, where of course it's kind of the hardest fight of countdown. These fights, they matter, but not to that same degree. Especially if we have a decent team, we shouldn't be struggling on these fights. And what we have with the Mark 46 especially as well is, yeah, if I just hold the button down the whole time, if I had enough enemies to do that with, I would just be in frenzy the whole time. That's kind of the idea why going with this. We could also do the same actually with the GR9, as long as we have the rate of fire mag and not a plus 50 round mag, because that would have a little bit over 9 seconds as its firing time.
Nice. The plant's secure.
And
now let's get you
get some of this loot. And yeah, my inventory is too full to hoover up everything, so that's why I'm checking. But actually, I am faster. Even checking my loot, I'm likely faster than most people just hoovering up the loot. We'll go for the big box again as well. Here we get 3 SHD calibrations with it, so we do want to grab these. There is, of course, a famous crash with countdown. A lot of people attribute it to that box. That isn't actually the case. It is the box plus a close range extraction. We hear some loot somewhere, but I'm going to stick with my team. I want to be with my team, especially here during extraction. Somebody's already rushing out. I'm going to actually jump up here, which is a little bit of a shortcut.
Agent, stay frosty. Hunters incoming.
And especially one of the dangers is if people get strung out here and kind of go 1-to-1 into these hunters. Especially with these, if you can, you want to actually just wait it out, go in as a team, because yeah, it's very dangerous to just go one by one. There as well, I actually healed up. There was some other people damaged. I do have the survivalist med pack, which will also heal up my allies. Here we're going into frenzy, and actually here with frenzy, I'm just gonna hold the button down and put away, and I'm gonna swap to my secondary. This way, that weapon is now at my main, is at the point of frenzy. This way we can kind of save frenzy. So when I go here, I'm going to swap weapon, swap to that weapon, reload, I have frenzy now. And especially, for instance, on a pack like this, I'm going to try to as well mark as many enemies. And here I can really do some damage and help out. But of course, if Striker is running basically, you know, for instance, Killer or Measured plus Frenzy, they cannot damage us by a lot. But here at least as well, I'm providing that group buff. But then as well, we have Frenzy going. And then here on this Hunter, I'm going to foam him. Or try to. And fail miserably. This guy actually really failing to kill me. Not that I mind. Anyway, let's get into the next frenzy.
Shoot off a flare when you're ready for Torres to bring you home.
Healing me up there.
System restored.
This is sometimes the downside if you have frenzy up, but you don't have, you know. I have no mouth and I might scream. Well, I have frenzy, but I have nothing to kill. I'm gonna go back for this, for these waves. Because yeah, these waves, everybody's kind of focused on the hunters. But yeah, with frenzy, I can deal with these heroic enemies still. I know, pretty easy clear there. Not too much down to me, although, well, I did try to keep my ammo up and for my allies as well. Getting a free exotic component along the way as well. And I'm looking for some LMGs with crit chance third stats still. And here's well, actually, I should have, for instance, prepped my LMG. But what I'm going to do instead is just mark as many enemies. Here, go into Frenzy. And then actually, again, because we're going to go, of course, into a next wave. One of the things I do want to watch out is not to run out of bleed rounds, but I'm just going to empty out my LMG there together with that Frenzy, just so we can do it quickly. And swap to my secondary. That LMG is now saved basically at the edge of Frenzy, so we can trigger it right away. Once this chopper kind of is in position, of course, don't want to ever use my secondary. It would be unbonused. But here, I'm swapping, reloading in Frenzy. I should have done it a little bit earlier, but yeah. And this way we can keep Frenzy up quite often. Another tool to, of course, put alongside of this is actually to take with it smart cover. I'm gonna flare here because I feel everybody it's kind of focused on killing. Let's make sure we don't time out there because that would be embarrassing. That, of course, has never ever happened. Not even when we've been all 8 of us from people from the stream and such. Spoiler warning, that has totally happened. Yeah. Anyway, we have kind of the last chopper here, and I don't per se, need the frenzy, but you know what? We'll frenzy it at one last time. But especially the bonuses that an OD can provide in a team while still being very powerful itself really does make a difference. Alongside, of course, for instance, something like a red FI. Although with a red FI, of course, it is very contingent on my allies keeping their armor there and such. But in this case, yeah, it's much more that the OD player makes the difference. If I mark a lot of enemies, we'll have better uptime on everything. Here's well, we got all the hunters, so we get 208. This is also the main thing to use heroic countdown for. If we were doing just challenging countdown, we would get 58 or 158 of the requisition of the countdown coins, basically. And that is, of course, yeah, here on heroic, if we do get all of the hunters, we get 208. And especially with a competent team, as we saw there, that wasn't per se longer than a challenging countdown. And that's the thing. If you can do it in kind of similar times as normally you would do a challenging one, if you have a good enough team, there's really no reason not to do it on heroic. The loot isn't per se better. You don't per se get more loot. You do the amounts on it, the stats on it are slightly better, but just slightly. But yeah, if we can get in the same time, because a challenging one would have taken us 14-15 minutes anyway as well. Here we did it in a heroic and we got 50 extra. And that does add up over time. Yeah, let's go back to base and take it to a conclusion. Kind of turned it into a countdown showcase as well. Yeah, let's go back here for a second. Let me catch up on chat, and then let's do an outro here. And actually, Doug and Tiny, if you guys want to be in the background doing emotes and stuff, not against it. But also, if you have better shit to do, I'm also fully understanding. Let me clean up here. And actually, yeah, let's, although I'm going to use that outro area. We're going to go to New York real quickly. Okay. But then, yeah, thanks, Danny, for the help there. But then, yeah, let's take it to New York real quick. Does this one have that control point captured? I don't think so, but we'll go and do it with that background there. Yeah, thanks, Tiny. Oh, and thank you as well. Is that Sanka, I'm guessing? But yeah, thank you so much for the subscription there. Sorry for acknowledging it a little bit late, as yeah, we're kind of recording a piece segment there. So...
Another agent has joined your group.
This is, yeah, let's get it there. Oh, we have bad joining instead. Oh, that's fine as well, indeed. Let's untake it, yeah. Let's take it over there. I don't have that control point capture, so we have to kind of walk there. Because I wanted to use that as the background, actually, but the different one, but let's use it for the outro. Yeah, let me catch up more. So here. Okay. Okay, mind that OD is actually both groups with the bonus ammo. It's just the survivalist. Actually, maybe I should have said that in there. Well, actually, at the start, yeah, I was talking about Orwell as well with the numbers applying to all 8. So, yeah, let's go get up there. It's basically on the roof there. Let's see if we can do it without getting spotted. There's a patrol coming by as well. I get the feeling we're about to liberate this control point. Yeah, let's actually hide for a sec. Yeah. This one just did assault here. Are we in combat? No. Yeah, let's clear that out actually. Okay, let's see. See if I can get a thing going.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
Let's go closer. Ow.
Agent down.
Went for the frenzy over measured. The frenzy is much more damage once it started there. But also, yeah, measured is not a pick for OD here. We would go pressure point if we're taking a baseline talent, kind of. That would be. And a frenzy, when you're in frenzy, it's a humongous bonus. Thing is, though, of course, yeah, you need to be in frenzy to get the humongous bonus.
Gonna move somewhere I can do some real damage.
I was also considering putting in the ammo hoarders thing, but in the end I kind of decided against it. Let's just clear this out, but yeah, let's not. We'll do the defense after, but let's just record the ending first.
Give him hell!
An agent needs assistance. Vital signs critical.
So when we trigger frenzy and we go into that super high rate of fire, it just melts some stuff. But yeah, let's record the ending there, and then we go capture dish. Although actually, wait, what's the in-game time? Oh shit, just got dark. That's fine though. There's a light on that thing. So kind of want to use this as a background. Actually, if you guys want, maybe if each of you goes onto one of these and just do some silly emotes, just some dance emotes. Kind of first start down here, and then I'll just join you for a dance, and that's how we'll outro it. Because yeah, I'm first gonna give a conclusion, and then gonna have you guys in the background, and then I'll jump up there as well and add in. Although, yeah, I should grab a dance as my main emote. I feel that one's fitting. Yeah, just one bad. Actually, well, if bad's going with that one, I'll take the other one. Just so we're doing a different one each as well. I'm gonna go with the smooth one. Yeah, there we go. No, you did that one bad. I'll go with that one. But yeah, first I'm gonna be in the menu here and just do this, and then I'm gonna jump up, and then we'll do photo mode but yeah, if you guys are already in dances, because yeah, you'll show up, your feet will show up in the background there. Yeah. Let me catch up one last time in chat here, and then we'll go into here. The director is not impacting cover. Yeah, smart cover is weird in a lot of ways. But yeah. Yeah, so and to conclude this build showcase on Ongoing Directive is definitely one of the core builds that what happened there with my mouth? Kind of went super dry and I couldn't actually get that word out. It's what I get for speaking a lot and not drinking enough. I lost the ability to speak apparently. Yeah. Let's go. And to round out this build showcase on Ongoing Directive to me is one of the core builds that you should have around and have available to you. It is our go-to in group settings, especially to take in 5 directives without needing any special shenanigans, or for instance, for everybody to need to go headhunting or such. Because yeah, it provides the ammo, and basically with that, we can bypass either ammo hoarders or even pistolero. Pistolero, in that case, we would just take, for instance, gunners to give us an initial ammo, and then OD would basically make it so that it's infinite once we get started. And that's been our go-to ever since they changed this set to be a group-wide bonus. And especially damage-wise, it is very competent and can put out a decent amount of damage, especially if we're not fighting things like mechanicals. The group-wide bonus of it is very impressive and matches the other big group bonus, which is FI. Where a 5, for instance, even in a red setting, yeah, it is very reliant on the players and the healer to kind of do a good job and keep everybody topped off. This is very much more reliant on a lot of kills happening and such. So it does play quite a bit different. And now, especially with Tinkerer having come in, and the ability to stack something alongside of Sadist, where we have a lot of choices, of especially Pressure Point, Vindictive, and of course Frenzy, are all pretty big bonuses, so all of them work out pretty well. And yeah, stacking Frenzy as a secondary there, and it comes in basically, you know, when the going gets tough, there is enough enemies to shoot for Frenzy, and Frenzy comes in and murders everybody. There's several ways to set it up, and especially as we saw as well. The shotgun one can be a way to go just for a different playstyle, but the main style I would put this as is especially with LMGs. Taking a Sadist LMG and then pairing it with a secondary with Tinkerer, and then the talent picks that we kind of saw. Taking either Gunner, or taking either Survivalist, taking either Vigilance on the backpack talent, or taking, for instance, Wicked there instead. And then playing around with the skills, anything status effects related works pretty well here. OD is very much a build I would recommend. It has been part of the recommended build list for forever, and even one of the early builds that I made when going to third account, just to make a quick red build that kind of could buff and could make me useful in countdowns, even before, for instance, I had the full damage. From a coordinated team perspective, you can also see this as buffing some of the stronger players. So if you already know that you're playing, for instance, with some very strong players, buffing them out helps quite a lot. If you are somewhat the stronger player in the team, which sometimes happens in Matchmaker, it might behoove you, though, if it's kind of going to waste, if you are with 3 team members that aren't really performing well, to maybe actually just bump it up to Striker for yourself and then just get shit done. Basically, because yeah, you are a little bit reliant on your teammates. You're making yourself a little bit weaker to buff a team and make it as a whole stronger, but that is of course reliant on the team as well. But yeah, that brings us to the end of this build showcase. I hope you did enjoy our in-depth look here into OD, as yeah, it is definitely one of the builds that I would wholeheartedly recommend having in one of your loadout slots, as the buffing potential of it is very high, and especially as well, bypassing some of the directives is a really powerful thing for it to do without costing too much on the team. And I quite often grab this, and especially in seasons where ammo hoarders is there, one of our core questions when we group up is like, who's running OD? Who wants to run OD today? And especially learning to play it well does take a little bit. You want to mark a lot of enemies, but especially as well, you have to rely on understanding your talents. And for instance, if you have Vigilance, you just have to, for instance, get some kills in there as well to try to burn down, for instance, a red that's just, you know, maybe to the side and nobody's paying attention to. Yeah, for future videos, we are actually going to go into a new season, of course. I'm going to make a short about Retaliation game mode, and we'll also deep dive into that, the modifier, the new gear of the new season, and a lot of things coming up. So I hope you join me for those. If you did enjoy this video, please do any and all of the algorithm things down below, as it does help out. I do want to thank everybody that helped with making of this video, and I hope to catch you all in the future. And as always, have a good night. Oh, yeah, there we go. Yeah.
Detected. Nearby location.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Why did that break my group UI? As my group UI has been stretched out there. Yeah, let me put that one and this one. This one isn't. Let me just check real quick here.
In your group.
That can't be right. Hang on a second. Did I not add these files in there? Huh? Oh, it opened multiple instances. Okay. There we go. 149. Right, that's about on target for my dumbness. Yeah. Shall we capture this? Oh, actually, they're bad. I know, bad if you wanted to capture this with us, might as well while we're here. We did the assault, might as well do the defense. And I'll likely we'll do some random stuff and random that. And you guys are up for maybe another Cantan. I don't want to make it too late because tomorrow is a long day for me, but yeah, let's do the capture here. Let's deal with whatever's over here. Yeah.
Reinforcements en route. Detecting additional hostile contacts.
I don't have any directives on or anything. Making it easy. Yeah, that all turned out well enough, I feel. The mini tanks not bleeding, how dare they? Gonna just prep that one. Oh yeah, let me jump back here actually, so we can. Oh, you want to be on heroic or heroic hardcore? Yeah, but if we, yeah, we'll do another countdown, just challenging. Unless you want heroic, but I'm gonna guess you're gonna be fine with the challenging. As I'm guessing you want hardcore. But yeah, let's clean this out and then oh, okay, there. Oh, it's skill mods here. Well, actually, I need also a buy break, so it'll be like 3 minutes.
Supply room access unlocked.
Capture by Rakers. That happens from time to time. Was it Rikers now? Oh yeah, it was Rikers now, right? Thing is, especially it kind of depends on if you're in this world and play around. Like in New York as well, they'll kind of capture each other's control points here and there. Because for instance, here as well, usually this is Rikers, but this is not captured by cleaners. This character has been like, I've been in New York sometimes, but also for instance, City Hall is captured by Rikers. I've been in New York here and there, but just not captured any of the control points. Because usually when you reset it, it goes back to that. Let's go back to DC. Anyway, let me catch up on chat here for a second. Gonna take a quick buy break and then we'll go do a challenging cat. And skill backgrounds. I don't really know this. Well, for years, yes. Yeah. I mean, it's been also with videos because I kind of was like, you know, I need something in the background. Would be nice to have something in the background. So I've been paying more attention and stuff to them on trying to find some of the backgrounds.
Safe area entered.
Yeah, let me take a quick bio and then we'll go get set up. I'll be right back. Okay. I'm back. Let's go here. Yeah, let's go. You guys over here. Unless you really want to, but otherwise, let's just do challenging as just a little relaxing. You're okay with it. Because I'm not sure what we're gonna get here, especially on a Wednesday. And yeah, I would hate to. I mean, you know how to keep your character safe, but just for easiness
You
check.
have left the group.
And yeah, if anybody else actually wants to join us for
Another
some
agent is now in
countdown,
your
let me
group.
know. And one of the things we're doing for those that may have never seen this before, in raids in countdown, any of the raid UI things, I can actually invite an hardcore into the team. So yeah, bad is on as hardcore. So this way we can actually mix and match hardcores and non-hardcores. There's only places raids and this. You need the raid UI for it. It basically doesn't check here. Then he wants to join as well. There. Would be nice if it was alphabetical. And then it will matchmake the rest.
Another agent is now in your group.
Is that a gnome bug? It is a gnome bug. At least community-wide gnome bug. Not sure dev-wise. Because yeah, you can actually make interesting interactions happen with it with cool skills. Yeah, let's find more agents, fill up the other side. You know what? I'm gonna stay OD. But actually, I'm gonna go OD. Wait, did I fix up? I didn't actually. Oh, okay, yeah. That makes some sense. Well, actually, no, it's fine. Well, it is with, yeah, we will have directors on. I didn't actually fix up the build, but yeah, it's fine. I think, although maybe I showed it actually. It was still in the 44 crit chance for.
Another agent has joined your group.
From the Vindictive. Yeah, it's filling up. Sure. Oh, sure, Bad, if you want to run it. Because actually, I've run enough. I've run enough OD now. There's enough OD for a lifetime. You know what? Yeah, if you want to run it, you run it, and then I'm gonna run Umbra. We'll run LMG Umbra. Is the theme full? No. Do I need to change this back to... what do we go with, actually?
Another agent is now in your group.
That's likely the team filling up. No, still not. Yeah, let's go Frenzy Secondary. Yeah, so I'm on 51.5. That checks out.
Another agent has joined your group.
So weird. Oh, looks. I mean, yeah, some of that, a lot of that fits.
In your group.
Are kind of weird, especially when you have it like this. It kind of highlights weird. Oh yeah. I'm gonna check. That's what we're also in challenging. Oh. Let's just get going once it's full. Oh. Yeah, I mean, I can still. Wait. Oh no, it looks fine. Although I think that was your other character still showing. Hey guys, yeah, the inspector sometimes way behind.
Communication relay offline.
And then tomorrow I'll stitch together that video and have it ready. But actually it'll go up on Saturday. As today we had a short go up.
The plant is going into lockdown.
And then there'll be Saturday's video, and then I'll have
We need to remove the virus from the control servers.
Saturday, Sunday to make some shorts again, because I'm kind of out of shorts. But the first one I kind of want to make is, although I want to see actually if that works out with, let's go left.
Protocols activated. 15 minutes lockdown.
Let's take a left here. And link up. We want that status effect for a while. So, watch out for that. I need to charge my Umbra. And don't forget to get the dog tags over there as well. Now we go kill the rest.
System disrupted.
Oh yeah, I should grab the dog tags. Yeah, now we go across, get the other one. And yeah, let me get up here. I need a credit. What do you recommend? I feel the ACRE is pretty, like if you're kind of going for that low RPM stuff, it kind of depends if you just, I mean, the top ARs are, yeah, FAMAS, CTAR. I don't get this. Where are we going? Turbine containment, or cooling containment. Yeah, let's go turbine containment. Hopefully. That's what happens when I'm not paying attention where we're going.
Closing in on the target.
You're forgetting a frenzy secondary. You got rid of it. Yeah. But yeah, the top one's FAMAS, CTAR, fall, and actually, yeah. So if you're going for that lower RPM fall, actually, it's that. Like if you want to go for that. Because that one actually kind of blows out a bunch of the others. I'm actually going to charge up my Umbra here. Let's go check for boxes. Oh, it must be over there. Although, actually, no, the teammates got it.
Hostile detected.
I'm gonna take that. I should have actually also checked health damage as third stat for tipping scales.
Target approaching.
I'm just gonna charge up my Umbra, and then when the frenzy is ready, just pull out with both.
Area secure.
Although, especially with Umbra, actually, I should check what the firing times of different weapons will be. And let's go containment. I was gonna say there's a name tag out there, right? So should we get that later? We'll take the secret exit.
Evacuate the facility.
To override safety protocols, eliminate security breach.
Take
Failure
this
to override
exit.
protocols will result in a full communications shutdown.
I'll catch your hand. Hey, no worries. I'll go back to it. No, Citor is pretty good. Actually, I might be nowadays leaning a little bit more towards Citar than FAMAS the more I've played it, which is kind of blasphemous for me. But
Hostile striker drone detected.
because we lose just a little bit of accuracy, especially in a little bit of damage. But then the handling is the
Hostile incinerator
handling,
turret
especially
detected.
in regards to stability and stuff, is kind of really in favor of thingy.
High risk target detected.
Those master items don't go in full.
Area secure.
But you could just,
Agent, head to
you
the
know, do the
administration
master
building.
on heroic. Or I keep saying heroic. Hardcore. Backs up here. Sure. No, dump that in stash. One name died over there. And off to admin. And I will like later on to that after this one. This will be my last. It's been going for a while, but also doing build showcases, I'm kind of more focused and stuff. It is actually a lot more draining. Definitely feel after, you know, those kind of sections, it's just because I'm way more invested in what I'm saying. Here, just random streaming, it's just, you know, whatever. We'll call hardcore heroic 14
I need you
times.
to fix the comms.
Well, yeah, it kind of stands out in build showcases.
Trojan virus detected. Safety protocols activated.
I reloaded. How dare I? One of the downsides of Umbra is kind of this, especially if you're soloing and stuff, it's kind of fine, but in a group settings, although I'm just still gonna fire even though I'm charging it up. But yeah, you need to kind of charge it up for it to be
Warning.
actually
System
effective.
breach. Initiating safety protocols.
Ooh, this will work out. But yeah, you have moments like this where you just... I don't know. Frenzy still works out with the Mark 46 now.
Nice job. You're a pro. Now, just need you to find another server.
Earlier as well, stacking RPM from Umbra together with Frenzy is actually not... Like, Frenzy is smaller on Umbra than it is on Strikers. Just by virtue of diminishing returns. Rate of fire is not unlike any other stat. We're stacking a lot of it. Hey! I can ride my bike with no handlebars. Without this guy. I can ride my bike with it.
Whoever said tech support was boring. One more server and you can reboot the system.
Jesus said that. In the Bible.
System breach. Initiating safety protocol.
Incoming.
What he saw tech support and he saw that it was boring. Might as well charge my Umbra. Umbra. But yeah, it's quite the burn. This is kind of the closest we can get to a GAU 8 in Division. Really? Another wave?
System rebooted. Communications restored.
Fine, toss
Great
another
work,
wave.
Agent. The power plant is stable. Now get the hell out of there.
One thing I actually got
Shoot off
a
flare
few
so
days
Torres
ago,
knows you're ready to go.
I might actually just stick that into the build collection and give people another annoying god roll to, or super unicorn to go. People already hate me for kind of popularizing the Lengmo one. But I got a Palisade weapon handling headshot.
System malfunctioning.
Vigilance.
Agent, stay frosty. Hunters incoming.
Super unicorny.
Agent down. System back online.
Nope.
System disrupted.
Yeah, sorry. It's on the objectives a lot and didn't get to loot.
System reactivated.
There's moments like this, like I'm late to the party, but now I still need to as well just sit there and charge my Umbra.
System malfunctioning.
I'm just gonna suppress. It's better than nothing.
System restored.
This wave coming down uncontested is not great.
Agent down.
Double down. Yeah, they were in weakened state and they popped up
An
again.
agent has left your group.
Kilo is ready when you are. Shoot a flare to
That's
signal
why you
Torres.
really need to pay attention if you are in weakened state that you're not at that store. And make sure if you haven't yet, although this is kind of in view, get this loot as well. The ramp. Should have saved it there for the next one. Alright, we have a prepped frenzy.
Torres is on her way.
And we have a full Umbra. That frenzy already had a high RPM. Yeah, how about we had Umbra on top?
Ready for extraction.
I'll likely still get the contents of this one. Oh, actually, that doesn't work out with so actually, the frenzy there on Umbra, yeah, we need a different.
Nice work. You stabilized the power grid in this
Well, that
region.
might have been on because I think I was on 135. Right? Although, well, the
An
RPM had
agent
stayed as
is no
well.
longer in your
Yeah, we got 158, the full amount. Oh, well, not the full amount. We could have gone on 160 if we did a third objective, but ain't nobody got time for it.
safe area detected.
Actually, I wasn't. I didn't put the. Although, well, that RPM would also then go up. So, I'm gonna hang on to a few of these. Just gonna throw them in the stash, and future IKEA gets to figure it out. Kind of thinking actually for OD just to go the infantry MG5 for parity's sake, just so we don't have to move mods around and stuff when we go between build setups. Let's put these graded weapons back. Is there from the stash? Well, it's actually. Oh, there's one thing I forgot to actually put in there, but also it's in other videos. So one of the things is I'm still saving this loadout with just 5 pieces, just so I still have my options, but honestly, I could just save it with Tinkerer at this point. I might still want to have the option to go Coyote, but then we just stick a Coyote in there. But yeah, we'll round it out there. And yeah, thanks everybody for that helped out, and also everybody for the countdown as well. In the background, let me go and find somebody for us to raid on the Twitch end as well. Send you guys and gals to be babysat by someone else. Yeah, no. Let me actually see who's in the category as well. Yeah, not too many familiar names or anything, because I think we're gonna go with someone we go with a lot anyway. Oh no, actually, oh yeah, I'm also not following them yet. Yeah, let's send everybody over to Dean, who's doing, what are they doing? Legendary title, I'm guessing. It's title. Where's the difficulty? Oh, there. That mini-map change. Okay. Oh yeah, let's send everybody over to Dean, as we haven't raided them before. And then yeah, tomorrow I won't be around. Tomorrow I'll be at work. And then we'll come back Saturday, and if everything goes right as well, Saturday evening I'll have my system upgraded. As I'll be picking up my video card tomorrow and getting a pretty hefty upgrade, going from a 1080 to a 750, no, 5070. So that'll be fun. Hopefully it goes without issue. That's also why I kind of just put it to then, because I didn't want to deal with it today if we had technical issues or something with it, or with settings. Just didn't want to deal with it. So, but yeah, I'll have that one. I'll have that one pretty soon. And then yeah, we'll come back Saturday, likely Saturday as well. We'll jump into a bunch of Div 1. So yeah, there's a global event going on there. I do wanna spend some time there. I do actually have a goal as well of just getting a D3 backpack, so I do want to grind that out a little bit and get a few more D3 caches and try to get that backpack. But yeah, that's all for in the future. But yeah, tomorrow I'll be away. Let me catch up here on some of these last ones. Yeah, thank you as well, Doug, for tagging along and helping out. Much appreciated. Tiny as well, and Bad as well. And I hope you all had some fun and some loot. And yeah, you'll guys be in the video as well. And then yeah, let's go right in. We'll send everybody off to Dean. Yeah, I don't think has Dean been streaming much, or have I just not like, are we on different timetables or something, or are they kind of just newer to it? Okay, I think they're maybe somewhat newer to it, as they don't have a bajillion followers yet. Let's go help them out with that. As Dean is a member of the community that also helps out in a lot of places, and yeah, they're also in my Discord, sometimes answering questions, but often in the official Discord and such, answering a lot of questions there. So yeah, let's go rate them, and then also, yeah, if you guys are willing, feel free to give them a follow and help them out in that way. Yeah, enough yapping for me. I'll be back on Saturday as well. The build showcase will go up likely in the afternoon, maybe even a few hours earlier than my 6 o'clock that I usually set it up as I'm gonna just edit it together tomorrow, put a thumbnail for it, make a description, timestamp everything, and then have it already ready for Saturday. And then yeah, we're getting close to next season. Looking forward to it. Let's hit the start rate there. Let's catch up on some of these last ones as before we just send everybody off. What you reckon? Oh yeah, I already have a video on my channel, because yeah, we're sending everybody off here in a second. So not gonna take the time to answer, but yeah, I have a video on my channel kind of going over the next season modifier and stuff. They're going to the white has been the start, and then get into the first skill, listen to the 40s, and then delete the character, and then do it again. But today it's not letting me boost, but I can't find a reason why. Yeah, I wouldn't know either. Maybe ask, because yeah, we're sending everybody off there to be raiding Dean. Check if he knows, maybe, because yeah, I haven't used the boost much. I haven't actually boosted once yet, because I don't have character slots nowadays. But yeah, I hope to catch everybody in the future. Thank you all for joining me, and as always, have a good night.